Hey guys, 10 minutes. Okay. A Fate's banner? Fate's kids banner? I'm not sure if everyone's gonna be happy with that. This Aether Raids season, you're being evil? What's evil? Big Mike.
Hey, what is up, not moms? These are your bits. Trailer night, let's go. Will we finally get TMS Kappa?
No, the better question is, will we finally review your weaponer finds on time? That's the better question, considering how bad I am at this. How's your face so wide? Because I demand a fat experience. No, it's because I'm playing it in a weird format to get the maximum viewing of the game.
"20 years from now, that will apparently be how you remember me, lol."
Gmo, the guy I keep forgetting. Oh, that'd be so depressing. Wait, we sure we getting FE4? I'm sure of nothing. I know nothing. I'm looking forward to this as much as everyone else.
Of course. Must resist. Ready.
Let me help.
No matter what.
FEH Demon Slayer collab. It would be really cool to get that. Kimitsu no Yaiba. I actually really like the series. I've kept up with the anime. I still can't believe it's done. Like, the series is finished? How? It definitely felt like they could milk it a lot more. But yeah, I don't read the manga, so I don't know for sure why.
What's next?
The story got axed. Did it get canceled? Like, that wouldn't make sense to me. It does so well. But I'm aware the series is over. Alright guys, final call as to what it is. There's only 3 minutes left.
No matter what. Must resist. Of course.
Sure.
Oh, as always, if anyone's on YouTube, please leave a like. Please. It's okay if you don't want to. I fully understand, but the YouTube channel needs the help, so.
Ready.
Since it's a new year, I'm gonna try a lot harder on YouTube. Get back into the groove of things. But yeah, I'm gonna need some help, so if you guys can, it would really mean a lot.
Come on.
Let me help.
Mr. Key, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Sacred stones of Naimi, Colm, Vanessa, and Boulder. That's friggin' specific. What the heck?
What's next?
Why are you so certain?
Must resist.
Sure.
Hey, Impulsor, how's my favorite fake booba slash goggles?
Ready.
Let me help.
Of should. What?
Oh, how about TMS? I've given up on TMS.
Come on.
I love TMS. But they don't, but Faye doesn't want to do more TMS. Trust me, no banner will happen. All right, what do I get if I'm right?
Let's see you dodge this.
1 minute. More parts came in just waiting on GPU. Man, you're lucky to get a GPU. I offered to suck Solnar's pee-pee for a GPU. Good thing he doesn't intend to make me keep that part of the bargain. But honestly, if you guys are in the market for a new GPU, I'm pretty sure that's what it takes nowadays. All right, I'm gonna mute real quick. All right. It's here, right? I'm not going crazy. I didn't get hit by a notification, but everyone's saying. All right, everyone's saying it's here. I need Lapin. Lapin, save me. I can't trust nobody else. Thank you, Lapin. There's at least something. I'm analyzing it. Oh my god! I just realized I'm trying to cover the screen so I don't see anything, but it covers my cam as well. Okay, I don't know what it is. I didn't see shit. Alright guys, new trailer. For the guy who said there wasn't going to be a trailer, what do I get?
Let me help.
I'll cut through. Ready. Must resist. No matter what. What's next?
All right, chat. I think it's ready to go. It's gonna be the fastest we started on a trailer. Mods, if you haven't announced that we're starting, please do. We're taking it easy today because tomorrow is a big day of data mines and weapon refines. So yeah. Wait, what? Is it done? Is this the right video? Wait, what is this? What? What is this? No, this is the right video. I'm not going crazy. What is this? Okay, I don't even know what this is anymore. I'm not trying to spoil myself, but I did see the title and I'm confused. Okay. I'm very confused now. But all right, we're ready to go. Okay, let's do this. What the heck? I didn't see anything, but I'm just so confused. All right, if it hasn't been announced, here we go. The first official normal heroes banner of 2022. New heroes join the battle. Oh, that's GBA music. Dex, welcome back.
This hand mirror hanging from my waist is a keepsake from my mother. She was
Nimi.
a cleric.
Oh, she looks super dainty and cute. Speed respawn 4. Wow, okay, somebody had to introduce it.
Aim carefully and...
Was she a villager? Rich merchant.
The name's Rennac. I'm a world-class thief and proud
Rennac.
of it.
Okay, green thief. Wow, more disarm trap.
Too easy.
Are you gonna keep up with like the current gen thieves? Enough one? Capable thief.
People in my profession have sharp eyes. Far off enemies, I'll spot them.
Wow, it only took how many years for Colm to get here? And he's a Demote? After all this time, Colm made it and he's a Demote.
Light work.
Well, there are more than a couple of fans who are upset. This is what I meant. I saw the title. Ascended Hero? What is going on? Who's that? Oh, Joshua.
Long ago, I grew tired of the formality of palace life, so I left.
What the heck is this? Life and Death 4, Nullfall, Green Fugue 3, Blade of Johanna.
I'm your best bet.
What the heck? We're getting... So Ascended Heroes are not tied to Tempest Trials? What is going on? The free hero is some old dude who's a blue mage. And I don't remember anything from Sacred Stones anymore. And I think it was like 2 chapters from finishing it. But it was my first Fire Emblem game. Ascended Heroes, chat. Did you believe... Can you believe this? Ascended Heroes are no longer tied to anything at all. They can just come out on normal banners. Really? That's so weird. Alright, let me free the people so we can talk about it. That was weird. What the heck was that? Maybe I should have expected Sacred Stones, but I definitely did not expect just Ascended Heroes to be put out here. I think that drastically affects Ascended Heroes rate.
Hey, since Joshua is not a Heroes OC, then it means we are not getting an instant Demote added directly to the pool without being on the banner Nimcheer.
Wait, what? All right. Let's start that again. Of all the banners, Sacred Stones was the one. But they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel now. Now, I don't truly mean that because it's been forever and people have really wanted Colm. And of course, as popular as Joshua is, it's really cool to get a new Joshua. However, for me personally, man, Sacred Stones was my first Fire Emblem game that like played... I actually started with Blazing Blade, but I immediately switched to Sacred Stones because I thought it was supposed to be like the earlier game or something. Little did I know they were like completely different settings. So, isn't Sacred Stones like the most strange concept when it comes to Fire Emblem games? At least at the time, anyways. I mean, nowadays, I think with 3 houses, that might be even more of a weird concept. Anyways, with all that said, I'm glad Colm and Joshua are here. I can at least identify those two. Rennac and Nimious, I don't remember anything from, and Rennac especially is going to have it tough. With the current heroes coming out, the dagger heroes nowadays, man, within the last, 4 months, we got 2 top S-tier dagger heroes, right? So, good luck to him. I can't believe this banner has double dagger heroes. That's really rare. But yeah, thieves are more common in Sacred Stones, I guess. You can even say that. So yeah, I gotta laugh my butt off here. There are some people I know who are big fans of Colm, and he's finally here, and he just gets like what, Hot Spring Camilla's weapon demoted, I guess. Good for him. The big hero here, of course, is Joshua, and he's no longer the free-to-play version. This is Joshua in all his glory. And yeah, he immediately has a pretty clean kit as well. But honestly, what is this? A triple dagger? I don't know if this is going to actually do well. Good news is Ascended heroes are always in need because of, you know, the florets they give, but a triple dagger hero banner? What the heck? Alright, it starts on January 6th. Yeah, alright, let's go over the heroes. Man, this is so weird to me. Not only is this just like a Ascended Heroes banner out of nowhere, it's a triple dagger hero banner. This weirds me out. Yeah, as also mentioned, it's all range as well, so it's kind of very, very different. Anyways, infantry, archer, red, just like I grid. That's great. Rapid crier. Is that a made-up bow? She seems like the kind of person to cry a lot, to be nervous, to not have confidence. Did they really make up a bow and call it the rapid crier bow? Please don't do that to characters. That's really depressing. Okay, maybe it's really good. Effective against flying foes, grants speed +3 at start turn. Grants attack speed +6 to ally of the highest attack plus speed total for 1 turn. So she's a buffer. If units within 3 spaces of an ally, grants attack speed defense res +5 during combat, and grants bonus to units attack during combat equals total attack speed bonus on ally of the highest total attack speed bonuses within 3 spaces. I see the idea here. Okay, so it's another hero that they build with like a lot of the personality and characteristics of the character itself in mind. And so she's the kind of person I would immediately presume needs the support of others to do her best. And so that's the idea. She buffs her ally and then her ally buffs her, essentially. And she gets a huge swing in stats, +20 at base with additional +6 attack and 6 speed as well. Okay, I can see the idea. That is interesting. I'm not sure how well that does in the current meta, however. I think for me, archers, in terms of like dominant tank archers, it's always been Ledger and Chrom. And after Ledger and Chrom, it was like the free-to-play option was Norn. And then for a small portion of time, it was also George. But at this current point, I don't think George or Norn are worth anything at all. And Young Innis is just like a dominant offensive force. So it'll be interesting to see how she matches up in this kind of scenario. But the idea here looks like she's supposed to be used defensively. And so if Moonbow speed res bond and joint drive res, she's going to have lots of speed and lots of res. Yeah. I have no idea how well this is going to do. No idea. I really mean, I don't want to say I don't think this is going to do well. Archers like this is really hard to play in the current meta with how dominant and how fast, like heroes with like great reach, heroes with like high targeting. It's no longer like back in the day where you can legitimately put one hero in range and they can fight everybody. Nowadays, multiple units are getting exposed. And even then, oh man, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if she has the damage output. She does do 84 times 2 against the Sword Flyer, so that's a good sign. That is effective damage though. Mage check archers haven't done well. Who's the mage check archer we got recently? Not recently, like within the past year that no one uses, who's blue. This is what I mean, like that's why I'm worried. Rennac. He has Vicious Dagger Plus. Oh boy. Oh. Okay. As soon as I saw that it wasn't a perf, I was immensely worried. But now I see the intention. You're supposed to fodder this dude. That's friggin' Courtly Fan. Attack speed +5 and partial null follow-up. So you can use Windsweep in your B slot and be done with it. But if you don't need it, you can get attack speed solo 4 or disarm trap. Or both. Just gotta get attack speed solo 1, 2, and 3 from Fallen Female Corrin. Chat, who's the best hero to fodder for attack speed solo 1, 2, 3? Legitimately can't think of anyone other than Fallen Female Corrin, though quite a few heroes have it. Though most heroes that have it are attack speed solo 4. Summer Ogma. Okay, yeah, if you have Summer Ogma, that's really good So get the disarm trap 3 and attack speed level 4. But moreover, I think that dagger is really worthwhile. It's really interesting. What would you guys value more, the dagger or disarm trap 3? Vicious dagger, in my opinion, or courtly mask, in my opinion, is the best overall dagger for like refreshers or heroes without perf daggers. Because usually dagger heroes have pretty crummy defense and you can use wind sweep. It really makes up for things. So you have the attack and you have the speed, then use vicious dagger. But yeah, this does not look like a serious hero. This just looks like they're foddering. And it probably explains why I don't remember this guy at all. You know, I really do want to like one day get out my old PC and show you guys my save file for like Sacred Stones. And then you guys can judge like 12-year-old me who played the game. But yeah. I don't think this is a serious hero, guys. I'm pretty sure we're just getting foddered here. Rennac, congratulations, you're in the game. I really feel bad when that happens. Like, a lot of times it's a cross between, hey, this hero is meant to be fodder off, and this hero is meant to be, has a small role to play. But sometimes they go way overboard, and it just becomes a hero that's meant to be fodder off. Well, at least Colm's in the game, and he is definitely... I hope somebody builds him. Blue Dagger. Quick Dagger plus, at start turn 1, grant special cooldown count -2 to unit. So they're demoting 2 daggers at once here. This is Hot Spring Camilla's dagger. I don't even think it's that good, to be honest. Would you guys use this dagger? I think you would run this dagger on like a refresher. A refresher of like, so you can get like Instant Ruptured Sky or something. I don't know. The amount of heroes that actually want to use Quick Dagger is actually pretty minimum. But I guess if you have Deadeye and like Deadeye and Quick Impulse, not Deadeye. You know what I mean, the lethality. And then you have like Infantry Pulse, maybe set up instant lethality, that might be something. But honestly, I wouldn't recommend using daggers like Quick Dagger. It just, there's not much point to a weapon like this. It's really meant for instant specials, and most specials do not make it good enough. So yeah, I don't know. Pivot, Moonbow, attack speed 2, attack res link 3. He's meant to be either built up or foddered. Wow. Is it me or is it my excitement for this banner like nearly 0? I'm usually at least a little bit excited. I guess I'm glad I'm using this game, because she might be interesting. But yeah, I guess Colm's here. Wow. Light work. I hope somebody builds you. At least he's demoted, so you can, anyone has a chance of making a +10 Colm, but like, you'll be the best dagger hero. The last dagger hero who was demoted, who was it? Was it friggin' Chad? I think it was Chad, but like, who cares? I'm sorry. But yeah, for the Colm fans out there, I hope he's good so you can actually make a +10 version of him and it won't matter. But honestly, demoted dagger heroes have historically done poorly. Outside of Soth, I don't think people have cared very much. Oh, I guess Tethys in terms of refresher. You mean the Chad? Joshua! Alright. So this is cool from the respect that at least it confirms if you were like one of those heroes who got in because of CYL reasons, you can get another proper form of yourself. In this case, it's Ascendant form. Because yeah, Joshua becomes pretty dominant. And he's a pretty interesting story point for people who played through Sacred Stones. Yeah, the entire like prince who ran away and became a gambler, like it's the long lost prince thing. Like it's actually a pretty cool storyline. I mean, I enjoyed it. And he's a pretty cool guy. There's something suave about gamblers who would gamble anything and everything. I guess it's gutsy. It's also bad. It's also very bad. Please don't take that kind of attitude with like gambling in your life, especially with gacha games. All right, immediately his kit is pretty good. Life and Death 4, Knowfall 3, and Green Feud 3. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory why this is a pretty good kit. And he has Glimmer as well. The problem is, again, I mean, we got two S tier at 2 S tier dagger heroes already, and this entire banner is filled with dagger heroes. So yeah, I'm wondering if he's gonna keep up. Blade of Johanna, slaying ability, of course. If you don't have slaying, if you're a dagger hero nowadays, you're probably not gonna make it. At start of combat, if units HP is over 25%, basically guaranteed, inflict speed defense -6 on foe, and neutralize foes most of the speed defense during combat. Good. At least they can't be buffed defensively. And yeah, it's more of a defensive kind of buffing, but it'll help his damage output and guarantee of damage. And also, foe is in combat is in cardinal direction of unit. Whoa! Don't do that stuff. Wow, that's interesting. If foe is in combat is in a cardinal direction of unit, foe cannot counterattack. That's really weird. So if you attack diagonally, this reverse desperation effect doesn't work. But if you attack right in front, it works. Right in front or behind or to the sides, it works, but just not diagonally. But otherwise, unit deals damage equals 15% of foe's attack. That's very interesting. So he can attack without getting counterattacked. In other words, it's like what, a fire sweep dagger, conditional fire sweep dagger? But if you don't want to do that and you want to just do pure damage, you attack from a diagonal, and then you just get 15% of foe's attack turns into damage. That's at least interesting. They haven't done this with anybody else. Alright, it'll be worthy to see how this works out. And yeah, because it's speed defense -6, Glimmer makes perfect sense on him. And because he, generally speaking, will not be counterattack, Life and Death 4 makes perfect sense on him. So yeah, with Nullfall in his B, it's pretty much perfect. So if he gets attacked by anything that can auto double on him or deny his doubles, he will nullify that. And his speed should be amazing, so he should be fine there. So it's a very clean kit. Do you guys think he'll keep up with Yuri and the Fire Hydrant Man? Well, it's not Fire Hydrant Man. But yeah. I don't think it's good enough though. I'm sorry. I think he'll have the damage output. He'll be one of the highest damaging. Josh will be one of the highest damaging thieves in the entire game. That he uses in the entire game. But without like special abilities, like one of the best users of lethality. He's not going to be one of the best users of lethality, though he can use it if you give him Time's Pulse. And he's not going to have Yuri's movement. But he probably will end up with like the highest attack speed total for a dagger hero. And if nothing else, he'll give you a Floret. So I think he's going to be an excellent dagger hero, probably top 5. But he's not going to be like top 3 because he doesn't separate himself from the pack well enough. In my opinion, top 3 right now. I have Yuri at 1. I don't think Voke can keep up with him. I'd have Voke at 3 because I like his damage output. In second, I have Ninja or Dual Lin. I think that's a pretty solid top 3. But yeah, you guys let me know if you disagree. But honestly, I think just pure damage nowadays isn't enough. Like you need that. You need stuff that really separates you. But he does attack more safer than Voke at least. And I guess technically as well as Dual Lin. But yeah. Anyways, wow. That's not how you start 2022 in my opinion, chat. I'm sorry if this offends Sacred Stones lovers, but it's not just me, right? Like, this banner seems really friggin' boring. I don't think I've like felt this little about a banner for like years now. I feel like the last time I felt like this is probably when like it was like maybe I feel like when it was a Hot Spring banner and we got Fates again and it was just like a bunch of weird stuff and it was like but then it was at least Hot Spring, so I kind of liked it in a way. I thought it was a weird goofy concept and I can understand it. But yeah, I really hope this isn't a trend going forward. Because if they're going to just force heroes in, I guess it stands out because of the triple dagger, all range banner. But if they're going to go for it on other banners like this, and they're just going to put in whatever's left, it's going to be really something. Either way, you guys can let me know how you feel, but that is your new banner from Sacred Stones, New Heroes in the Sen and Joshua. Christ, it doesn't even look like they tried for the name. Oh man. I think we're just saving orbs. All right, let me catch up on stuff people said. Hey, since Joshua's not a Heroes OC, then it means we are not getting an instant Demote added directly to the pool without being on the banner. Why does that really matter? Oh, yeah, because if you have a Heroes OC, it'll force somebody to be, force an extra hero out. Yeah, you're right. Which game would you pick for the new Forging Bonds banner, Sangi? New Forging Bonds banner. Honestly, I want more Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn because there are still lots of big heroes there, lots of big popular heroes there, and you would have more diversity than Sacred Stones, that's for sure. Left, right? We can get more Raven heroes, for example. We can get like Alencia's bodyguard and Joffrey. We can get Lucia. Like they would be pretty interesting characters you can get from that respect. We still have like Skrimir, so we can get another Lion. Those would be more interesting units, I would think. But if you're really asking me, I want more Tokyo Mirage sessions. TMS is actually a great game. Like I really enjoy TMS. I really need to finish it sometime. But yeah, those would be good options as well. So that's my pick if it were up to me. I think those heroes would be a lot more exciting than this. I got my birthday present early, a banner that's an easy skip. Oh god, you don't wish for a birthday present like this. Tarantula, let me know when it's your birthday. I'll sing you happy birthday. The music for this banner is a continuation of the music used in the sampling for Frontline Phalanx's soundtrack called Follow Me, a theme of Ephraim's. Thanks, Dex. Always giving the random facts. Facts nonetheless. Nims enjoyed all 2 hours of TMS. I did not play 2 hours of TMS. First of all, I played it on the Wii U. And second of all, we played way more than 2 hours. Can I mention that this has the same issues with foddering Eflin? You can't kick its Sarm and Vicious at the same time. I mean, that's the point. They don't want to be nice. You know, the really big news is if they release five skill inheritance going forward, that would be pretty big. I really think we need it because we're getting tier 4 skills nowadays. And honestly, it's way too hard. It's way too hard to get everything at this point. They have too many situations where there's a good weapon, but you can't possibly get it in a good skill. Sleeper banner, the real interesting banner is whatever season we get at the end of the month. Sure. I can pray for Ascendant Crom now, PogChamp. I mean, yeah, that's a big thing that opens up with this banner. Any hero that's ever been like really badass in their games can potentially become an Ascendant hero. I think it's also signaling that Ascendant heroes will be very common. Last year, I suggested that we might get as many as 6 more Ascendant heroes in the following year. It might actually be higher than that. We might be looking at like 8 or even 10 Ascendant heroes. Because if they're just willing to put it on like a normal heroes banner, then you got a chance every single month. And honestly, let's just be frank here. Florets are whale bait. Like, sure, normal players can get florets as well, but like, for the people who really care about the game, an extra 4 stats, 3 or 4 stats for free? Yeah, I mean, with a generally speaking, a good hero, I think whales will be happy with this stuff, so I think IS identified this Prince money. What a way to start this year. Intelligent Systems giving us a subliminal message. Hey, you can be as cool as Joshua too if you gamble in our game. Okay. Thanks for resubscribing, Dex, and thank you, JY, for the follow. All right, let's talk this over to the guys, because this was obviously not much of anything. Oh yeah, who's a blue mage G? Oh god damn it. I'm so friggin' sorry. This banner has me so offbeat that I didn't even remember to ask you guys. Who the heck is that? Probably a villain, right? You know, if I could zoom in, I would zoom in. That's how I'm feeling right now, too. That's me. When looking at this banner. It's like, existing is painful. He's definitely a mood. Rive is the GHP unit. The heck is Rive? Wait a sec. Are you saying Are you saying we're getting an Evo dude mage thingamabob and he's not gonna be red? What? IS, are you feeling okay? I thought all Evo people had to be red mages and friggin' shit. And to be clear, I don't think Jesus, not Jesus. Crap, what's his name from Pathorians, Sacred Stones? Why am I forgetting? You guys even made me build him. He loves the Lagoos. He's a bishop. Is it because he's a bishop? I guess if you're a bishop, you end up as a blue mage. I don't even, to be honest, I don't even think, why am I, what is wrong with my brain right now? Not Sephirin. He's a bishop in this game. Yeah, I guess that's the commonality. If you're a bishop, you gotta be blue. Oliver. Why did I forget Oliver? Man, I'm off. I guess that's the idea. If you're supposed to be a bishop, you gotta be. Even if you're like, even if you're giving up on life, you gotta be blue. Alright, let's talk this over. This is some real no energy stuff.
Hello.
Hey Legion, please tell me you didn't expect this banner.
I expected Sacred Stones, and I expected
Okay.
Reeve. No, I did not expect Joshua. But I did expect Nami and Colm.
Right. Well, I'm glad Colm finally made it in the game. I've been hearing about him for years now, and
So have I, because I've wanted him for years.
but they completely effed him up. So
He's the early dagger, and I had to be a Demote.
okay, but the thing is, like, as a demo, I really wish him the best of luck.
Well,
I remember.
He already has 36 attack, and will be extremely quick, because he's Colm.
Okay, sure, but I remember when Chad came out, and we were excited about him.
Yeah, Chad was a disappointment, to say the least.
Chad has way less attack, and is also still colorless. Colm being blue and 180 BST, by the way, gives him an interesting niche.
Yes, it does help.
I don't know who's actually gonna use him, but
Don't forget,
I would presume
also-
Colm fans, but that's it.
For starters, Chad has a reduced BST because he was that guy.
Yeah, that's true. They don't do
and
that
only
anymore.
30 base attack. So, hello there.
Hello.
I actually think Colm has a decent chance of being an interesting project. At least if you need like an arena unit, or if you have courtly fan fodder.
From Rennac.
From Rennac, or the Ethlin manual. I think there's actually some genuine niche to Colm. Like, I actually kind of like him as a Demote. I'm just gonna put it out there. I think he's actually
Wow. Okay.
We have never had a blue dagger demote, obviously, so that's at least.
I know,
unique.
but you can't just instantly put value on stuff like that because it's
Well, it's not.
it's a
I'm not
weird
saying
class
it's
on
valuable.
purpose.
I'm just
It's a
saying
weird
that it's interesting.
It's
something
differentiating.
new. Yeah.
It's unique, and besides the arena scoring aspect, if you want a colorless dagger, just build a Kaze or so, and you'll probably be fine anyways.
Yep. Well, that's what I think as well. I think with the refines, Kaze and Soth are way too hard to beat.
Yeah. Of course, that said, having the courtly fan does make any speedy dagger valuable. So there is that. And having that as an arena unit, I'm just saying that there is some genuine interesting value to get out of Colm specifically.
I mean, you know what? At the minimum, you can just give him like Death Blow, Moonbow, use his stupid Ouch Pouch, and then he's a specialist for like trying to like one-shot something in like Arena Assault. So you can get a cheap build on him, but like...
Yeah, and he does come with more skills than the average unit, so... I mean, at the worst, you have more fodder pathing out of him. Than
Yeah, he has 5 skills, which is very rare for a demote unit.
Kind of bad.
Okay, if you can, who are 5 free-to-play pullable heroes that you're interested in getting right now? For me, it's Marsha, Benny.
Yep.
And now I'm going blank.
For me,
oh crap!
Benny,
grappling
Benny
guy.
well. Oh, Balthus.
Balthus.
Yeah.
Balthus or
Balthus.
Basilio, honestly. It's a race whoever gets to +10 first.
Sure,
Yeah,
I
it's pretty
understand
much
that.
just Benny and Balthus for me, and maybe just Benny and Balthus actually. Yeah.
Let's
For me,
see
it's pretty
here.
much just.
Oh,
Benny.
Tanith
And
too.
Tanith
Tanith.
and
Tanith.
Marsha would be nice to just. Get.
Yeah,
Like,
both of them
I'd
are
like
awesome.
Yeah, Tanith, Benny, and Balthus for sure.
So
My top three.
I'm gonna say Benny, Balthus, Muriel, Tanith, and Marcia are gonna be my 5.
Oh yes, Muriel too.
Oh.
That's number 4 for me.
Yeah, actually, wow, how did I forget Muriel? She's freaking Edelgard. But yeah, she's an excellent blue mage.
Yeah.
So my question is, do you guys actually believe Colm will break in your top 5?
No.
I am past the point where, well, see, that's actually tough.
He's such a
because
goofy unit. That's the one I mean. Blue Dagger is such a goofy little thing.
It's more so just I'm at the point now where I need to start looking towards 185s because of my circumstances. But if I hadn't like finished Sethith, for example, then I could actually see myself using like the Ethlin manual on Colm and turning him into a really cheap, relatively speaking, arena unit. Like,
My problem with that is 185 is not enough in my opinion. Like we're heading, we're
190
totally
is-
with Shamir coming like in just a couple of days,
Well-
and of course, yeah,
Mhm.
and of course our
190
new sword, yeah.
Manuela. 190 is just Manuela right now, so I'm not thinking about that presently. I'm thinking at least 180, if not 185. But if I get a 180, I want it to have a specific purpose that I can get out of it, more so than just like for example, I could slap duel on any old red mage from before the 180 bin, and it would do whatever. It would do fine, but they're not gonna really do much for me specifically. Whereas using, like, for example, Colm as a 180, I can get some very safe initiations, which are kind of unique in the grand scope of, like, demotes that we have, without having to run duel.
Okay,
I look
fair
for
enough.
that kind of stuff first.
But the point I was trying to make was just like 180 is not really good enough anymore. I think those days are like, if it was 6 months ago, sure. But nowadays, we're getting so many 185 units, if not better,
Yeah.
that I really can't just suggest people go for that anymore. I think
Yeah.
if you make a new unit for scoring reasons, it's gotta be 185 now.
I would agree, but I would say don't be afraid to at least consider like 180 if the utility of that unit is going to help your experience. Because if you're just using like Balthus, Basilio,
No, I agree with that.
and Yenfei, you're gonna suffer.
For example, Marcia, I think is an excellent 180 unit.
Yeah.
And
Having it
Tanith
fire
as
is
well.
Yeah.
Tanith as well, I said.
Oh yeah, Tanith and Marcia both. If you like, if that utility the unit is bringing to you, in the case of flyers, you get like Kanto and orders. If the utility explicitly is going to help you and make your experience better, then making a little step back in scoring to get a step forward in performance and not lose as many matches, because let's be honest, arena's filled with nightmarish units, then that's what I would suggest. That's why, if it weren't for my personal circumstances, somebody like Colm with his courtly fan build in particular actually does hold some value for me. Plus,
Okay.
no duel. Biggest part.
Didn't Kaiser get 190? Oh, I was only talking
No.
about pullable heroes. But no,
Kaiser
Kaiser's not
was
190, he's
180.
185.
The only 190 right now is Manuela.
Yeah. Okay. And so, to be clear, I mean, I'm glad none of you guys said seasonals. I didn't mean seasonal heroes, because that's not legitimately the same
No.
thing as having chances throughout the entire year.
No. I do not usually consider, unless it's like Young Marth, where it's so valuable that it could genuinely just change everything. I rarely consider seasonals into merge
Yeah.
project. If they happen,
Agreed.
they happen. If they don't, who cares? Same.
Okay.
Like, Manuela.
Yeah.
Biggest example for me. I went Yenfei,
Right.
and I don't regret it.
Okay,
Yeah, same
one more
here.
last thing for Colm before we can talk about this stuff in order.
Of course.
If you were picking an offensive unit to make, in terms of like free-to-plays, because it's so hard for me not to tell someone to make Young Innis at this point.
Honest,
Yeah.
I cannot argue with that. Colm has, again, the courtly fan niche. I really like that. But Young Innis has a niche that is so powerful it actually cuts in the upper echelons of the meta, including 5-star locks. Like, that is a genuinely meta-influential unit, regardless of his availability. That's why I like Young Innis so much. So
Right.
I can't, in good conscience, say anything above Young Innis for the most part. He's just
Right.
that meta-influential.
So for meta reasons, it's really hard for me to like recommend Colm, but I'm sure he will stand out. Since if you're talking about blue daggers, he's just going against like Ogre or something.
Yeah, you're not gonna get much. I mean, Ilger is getting a refined in like 3 months, 2 months, but
Eventually.
The only Niffle family member to not have refined.
The only,
Actually,
one of only
they did the others first.
outside of Legendary Creed, so
who's getting his probably March. I forget when that one's happening.
In March with would there be a Mythic remix in March?
I have no idea what's gonna happen starting with February, but Hareed and Ilger are basically gonna get refined around the same time. So yeah, Blue Dagger. If you're in the business for a Blue Dagger, you can't go wrong with Colm. And the biggest thing is, he's a summonable unit. He'll just get Colm copies over time. So if by chance you happen to get 11 Colms, a project is not exactly a bad thing. All I gotta say.
all right, sure.
Oh, have you guys realized that there's only one female in this whole banner, including GHB? Just
Yes.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
maybe?
that's what I
Yeah.
meant with the bomb the barrel thing, because I think they try to differentiate this banner by making it like all range, like majority dagger heroes, and I guess majority males too.
Oh no, the males. We can't have any of those to make an interesting banner, can we now?
Anyone want to make a bet? This is gonna be among the worst bottom 3 selling banners of the 2022.
Nope, I would say absolutely not. Just because of Ascended Joshua.
It depends on how common Ascended heroes get, but off the hype of New Year's, I'd say this probably won't perform especially well, but it won't perform terrible.
It won't be the bottom of the barrel, no.
Oh wow, I'm surprised you guys believe in Joshua so much. Like I get how yeah.
It's not that I believe in Joshua to some extent. He's fairly popular, but it's more so just the Ascended Flora is so much of a wanted grab for so many people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair
It
enough.
really
I mean,
is gonna come
I do
back.
think it prints money, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Of course, over time, if Ascended heroes become more consistent, like monthly, then this banner probably won't suffer as much because it's one of the first Ascended heroes, especially the first non-OC one. But over time, Ascended heroes aren't exactly going to be a banner seller. Like,
Okay, so
distinctly above everybody else.
here's the thing. For me, originally, I thought Ascended heroes were going to be like every other month. With Joshua becoming an Ascended hero, now it feels like we're probably getting anywhere from 8 to 10. Because it's
really
just, if it's a normal hero banner can make this happen, I think this year we might get 8 to 10 of them.
Yeah,
And
it
it's
really
like a
depends.
lot, though. Yeah.
I mean, it's a good way to help not run out of the cast immediately, because we're kind of running dry on most games casts right now.
Did they not just announce that in Fire Emblem Heroes, we now officially have more heroes in the entire game than all possible known named characters in Fire Emblem? I'm pretty sure I read an article on that.
At least playable characters.
Right. Well, at least playable. I'm pretty sure we're past all named characters. We're at what amount? It's like it's about 800, something like that.
Interact with allies, catalog heroes. We're up to 754. Going into this banner should be about 759.
Okay.
So yeah, we're approaching. By the end of the month, we'll have 760 euros.
Yeah. So it's pretty clear cut at this point. I'm not worried about them running out of heroes. I'm worried about them running out of interesting concepts.
It's gonna happen, and again, they will run out of heroes eventually. I think Awakening only has like 8 characters they can choose, period, and Sacred Stones is right around the same level. They are running low, but the more new heroes banners you get, the more inevitably those banners are going to have less and less popular characters. It's just how it has to be.
Which is hilarious because that means the less popular characters usually beat the popular characters up because they have better skills and stats. Ugh.
Yeah, that's what I would like to call the Fates Awakening syndrome.
Congratulations, Fates Awakening. You came early and now you're shit.
Yep, and no redemption. Well, for most. Yeah, it happens, but it is nonetheless funny to see the likes of Nami as a quote-unquote throwaway unit better than some of the major 5-star locks and banners from like 2 years ago.
She should be a... People said because she's what, a villager, she might get trainer BST. I highly doubt that.
No, she's not.
I don't think so.
She's not. She technically has like a village background, but she's not treated as a trainee in Sacred Stones. She's just a regular archer. Yeah.
All the trainees.
Okay, well that
besides
sucks.
Baldea, came out on WAN. the trainees are just Ewan, Ross, and Amelia, who have already come out.
Yep.
All right. Because I'll be honest, it feels really bad for her. Like I see the point of this, but I don't know what's the
Ronin
point.
side grade is not a good thing to be.
Yeah.
It's an interesting concept having a like she's basically an Ashera mimic.
It's interesting, but it's not. I don't think it's going to give her too much of a niche.
No, I don't usually expect these first units to get like if you get a niche as the first unit, who is typically fodder, you're lucky.
Well, we saw what happened to Volca. So.
Unless you're Path of Radiance, then for some reason you're always good. But
so the weapon here,
yeah,
that entire idea is she buffs somebody else and they buff her, and then she gets a +5 to all stats. She's a big swing bundle of stats, essentially.
yeah, and she's basically just bootleg Ashera, because Ashera grants attack res +6 to a lot of people, and then uses all the buffs to herself, whereas Nami, on the weapon, grants attack speed +6 to one person, and then uses those buffs to grant herself...
A second. Then I would just prefer using Ashera.
Ashera is a mythic. Nami isn't.
Okay.
The buff is on the weapon. That's all I can really say.
But the C slot, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Not necessarily. I mean, if you're gonna make her into more of a combat unit, or if you want to use like Def Res Gap or something, I don't know.
Okay.
Then
Well,
there's potential.
He's expected to have incredible speed, great res, and probably decent attack. So
Yeah.
she's just gonna not get used. I cannot think of like a situation where you're like, Nami's the best for this.
I mean, in fairness, if you have a team that has a couple of attack speed type people, then this could be pretty useful. And on top of that, Nami doesn't have to use her own buffs, and it's 3 spaces away, so she can be a pretty good defense unit, because you can't lull her buffs. The buffs she gets for her Blade Tome effect, quote unquote. Plus that support is pretty unique, passively, without having to use like rallies. There's interest. It's not insane, and I would personally rather use Volca, for example, just because of the brutality, but there is potential here.
Okay,
Decent
you know,
potential, at least.
with all that talk, it reminds me of that banner. It was for the Princess of Burn. We got Sarah on that banner, but that banner did historically bad. What's it called again? It was
Princess
last
of
year.
Burn. Are you referring to the...
That was
racial one?
Guinevere, Deke, Merlinus.
Yeah,
Right?
that banner.
That would
This
be-
really reminds me of
Yeah.
like that banner, except that this one has a Ascend hero. Because
Yeah.
I actually thought that banner was pretty good. Sarah is still, in my opinion, great healer, a top tier healer, and Guinevere is still a great
Oh,
specialist.
there
That
You're
was a
mixing them up.
different.
You're
Yeah,
mixing
Sarah
them up.
was with Thracia.
Oh,
Yeah.
frick!
Sarah was with Ronan, Asbel, and Miranda.
Wait
Yeah.
a second. I mixed up. I actually combined 2 of the worst performing banners.
Yeah.
of the year.
Yes, you did.
Ironically, because, like you said, Sarah is meta influential and Guinevere is meta influential. They're both really, really good units
Yeah.
on banners that did not perform well.
You know what? It's so funny because I know they're from different games. Wait a second.
Yeah,
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. The point is, wow, I've managed to combine the bad banners together. All right. Well, that said, man, those banners are forgettable. So
Ouch.
I hope she at least fits into a role like, you know, Sarah and Guinevere.
Yeah, it's not gonna be
She's
like
lucky.
that.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be like that. I think she has some interesting potential, but as with a lot of units that have interesting potential, it's really just if you have the unit, you could probably find a niche for them, but it's not a must-have by any stretch of the
Right.
unit.
Reminds me actually of Astrid a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Well, that's not good. I haven't even.
Astrid, I think, is actually more meta-influential in certain respects.
Ah,
because
well,
that
that's
makes
not-
it more fun.
That's technically true because Astrid has unique support,
Yeah.
whereas Nami has support, but it's just buffs. It's not, or it's just rather attack and speed buffs. It's not movement buffs or bonus double or anything.
I'm just gonna say good luck, Nami. All right, moving on.
Yeah.
The rich merchant. This is the clearest
Rich.
definition of a fodder me hero, Rennac.
Yep.
This is the second time that Faye has ever included quotation marks in a character's description. The other one was for Tharja, when they called her quote-unquote normal girl in her winter alt.
Oh my god, that's insulting, because for special heroes, I can understand why they gotta make up epithets. But for normal heroes, no.
Well, Rennac's personality is kind of a gimmick. He's like, he gets hired by Lara Shell, but he's this like no good rogue who just doesn't want to do anything but get money. So it's kind of justified.
Also, they call him a merchant because he gives you the silver card.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So in other words,
so you
he's
can
like
get items half off.
Huh?
He's like a 21st century mall worker or something. You don't want to do your job, and you give your friends the perks. Okay.
Pretty much.
Yeah. He's kind of funny, though. I don't mind him.
I mean, I don't mind him because he's getting foddered. Disarm Trap 3, Attack Speed Soul 4, and Vicious Dagger. This man is purely for fodder. I wouldn't know why anyone would actually use him. He probably will have respectable stats, but
if you don't have anybody else for disarm, like if you're not using any other disarm offense, which Yuri is obviously better and Fafnir is obviously better, I guess it works. And
he's like 2022 Julian, like if you ask me.
Yeah, like a respectable unit. He's a respectable unit on his own, but he is made for foddering. You can't go wrong with using Rennac, and I'm sure people who like Rennac can make good use out of him, but the fodder is awesome.
I can see him being a little bit more balanced than Julian, like not having his terrible res.
Oh yeah, no, Julian is made for spoil. I'm not saying they're going to beat parallels directly.
Yeah, but parallels in that they're offensive dagger units who don't have a perf,
more so in the respect that they have great kits that are going to get foddered a lot.
Well,
but they're also units that can technically be used if you want to.
I mean, I think any unit nowadays can be used with their BST being as high as it is. It's really hard to make them bad.
These units are like, I mean, a 5-star lock unit is always going to have, or almost always going to have some kind of usable niche like this. So.
Oh yeah, it's hard to go wrong. If you get most 5-star locks nowadays, even the ones that are designed to just be foddered, you could probably still make them work. Like you could slap windsweep. You could just slap windsweep on Rennac, and you'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
But, yeah. What?
I don't. But the reason why I bring up he's probably just meant to be fodder off is I cannot imagine a situation where you actually want to use this guy in Aether Raids.
Specifically, no.
Yeah.
I mean,
use Wintermere, I believe.
Yeah, shut up.
Sure. Also, I forgot to mention, you probably just slap Nuffle up on her and be done with it. These heroes,
pretty much,
there's not much to do.
I mean, most 5-star locks nowadays just have great kits, unless your name is Astrid, ironically.
Wait, his voice actor is Landon McDonald?
He did what is it, Elm and most recently Kisa.
Oh yeah, right. Literally just
Landon's getting a lot of work recently.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot. He probably did all three of them at once, honestly, in one voice acting session.
Yeah, what the?
What was I gonna say?
You gotta give a discount when you do that.
we made a mistake. It's actually he doesn't give you the silver card. He gives you the member card, which is like secret shops. So you can go see Anna and get secret items and stuff. Yeah.
Right. So silver card is something else.
You get that. I think it's like an air droppable item from an enemy or something.
Yeah.
But
also his artist did
he did Har and Orson and other really good.
I saw that color palette and I'm like, yep, I know who that is.
Yeah.
You actually recognize Har's color palette from him? Wow.
No, I recognize the artist's name. I've looked at Har's artist's name a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can kind of still see the color palette. It's got like a lot of browns to it, and it's got like a bit of it's kind of almost shiny. Same thing with Orson.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And this is Yuri's artist as well, and Saul for
what?
For Colm, I mean. No, not for Rennac, for Colm.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, wait a second, that's entirely different.
No.
Huh. I guess that would explain the face. I saw Colm's face and I kind of recognized it.
Alright, let's just move on to Colm. No, I did not recognize Colm. Sayori Toyota. Oh wow, his last name is literally the car manufacturer.
Well, that's what happens when that's a Japanese name.
Yeah. Alright, with that said, Colm, we're moving on. We talked enough about him.
Talked
you
at
can
him about him at length.
you can build him if you want.
I think he's actually pretty worth it, but yeah.
He's respectable. We'll have to see his stats though, because
Well, I already, like I said, he has 36 attack.
He's 36. How have you confirmed that? Just by the damage he deals to that.
Yep. Moonbow, very easy way to trace back damage.
So the reason why I find this so questionable, if you asked me in terms of like stable heroes to build, are not dagger heroes just so stable? Like, it's so easy to recommend a Soth. It's so easy to recommend. Well, now, he's no longer attack speed fodder. Attack smoke fodder.
Kaze.
It's so easy to recommend Kaze.
Yep.
It's so stable right now. It's just like, if you want a damage dealing dagger hero, it's those two, and they're so accessible.
Though I can't discount inheritable daggers, because between Broadleaf and Courtly Dagger, or Courtly Fan,
and the new Vicious Dagger here.
Yeah, like daggers has some really good inheritables too. So.
Yeah, but wouldn't still the best user of Broadleaf still be Soth, especially because of the resplendent form?
For cheap, yeah.
I would say Peshkats is almost always going to prove more valuable overall.
Yeah, of course. But if you're looking for a Broadleaf user, I mean, technically there's nothing wrong with Rennac, Colm using it, but Soth does have more attack.
Right, and then if you go into, the Grail pool, then you got Kranya, then you got...
Gangrel.
Why am I blanking on names so much today? I get mad at their stupid faces, but I can't remember any names today.
Gangrel?
Gangrel.
Yeah, we got daggers perf daggers are plenty. Inheritable daggers are good, but we do have a lot of dagger options. They're all colorless though, which I guess is their distinguishing factor.
All right.
Yeah.
At the very least, there's gonna be an undeniable top new dagger hero. Yep. But he doesn't make my top 3, and Fafnir didn't even make my top 3, so it's really difficult.
I think Joshua's top 5 though, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably top 5. Would you have Fafnir over him or not?
No.
Not
oh wait,
really,
no.
Honestly,
I have Fafnir over him.
I mean,
that's interesting. All right.
It's more so just because I'm not like huge on Kanto in defense, whereas Joshua in defense would be a lot better. That's at least the way I see it.
All right. It's a question of whether the thing is, like, it's funny because I take the damage output of Kaze over Fafnir, but I take Fafnir's utility over Joshua, even though Joshua's damage output is going to be amazing as well.
Yeah. I mean,
I would say Fafnir offers more of a niche in Aether Raids offense, but I think Joshua is more universal in terms of, especially what the AI can do with him. It's going to be a lot more consistent because of that. Well, the fire sweep effect, it's pretty easy. The AI is going to normally go in pretty straight, so it's not that hard to get. And also, not screwing up with Kanto is nice.
Yeah.
So he's very straightforward in that sense, even if his weapon is a little bit complex and you have to position him right to use it.
Yeah. Fafnir I see as an amazing ARO unit, but not that great in defense. Whereas Joshua, pretty good in ARO, but probably going to be devastating in defense, honestly.
Ooh, you would use him AR. I guess he could work as a tank buster. He doesn't get counterattacked.
And he does get, and technically speaking, you could run lethality on him pretty decently.
If they have guard, it completely falls apart. That's the only problem.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do at that point? You're really just stuck with Volca if you are at that point.
That's the thing. That's why Vogue is so stupidly good. Yeah. It's undeniable offense on Vogue.
Yeah. Volca is still definitely up there for me as well. Just because he's very hard to stop.
And it does make me a little annoyed though. I keep seeing people fodder and be like, "Oh boy, I can't wait to make my Felicia so good." Why isn't my Felicia doing damage? Oh no! It's like
I do see some pretty nasty lethality users outside of Volca, but they do have. There's a reason why he has it. Let's just put it that way.
Lethality is like my least favorite unique special, or unique-ish special they've ever released.
I like it. People just like throwing it on units far too often. Is my problem.
No, well, that's exactly the point. The amount of heroes that can truly utilize it well is so small.
You pretty much need a slaying dagger, or
pretty much.
I mean, you technically don't need it, but it helps out so much with it.
The return on investment is insane with it, but it's very niche for a reason, and that's why I like it more than Blue Flame because Blue Flame is pretty bleh, but that's really about it. Lethality is super specialized, and only units like Joshua, like Yuri, like Volca, of course, can use it, for the most part. It's just a very small pool of units. But, nevertheless.
Alright, well, good for him, because this entire kit is kind of boring. I mean, it's good. Life and Death 4 makes perfect sense, because this he doesn't counter-attack. Nullfall 3 makes lots of sense. Green Feud, gotta get introduced eventually. At least it confirms that, you know, if you're colorless, you can use everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Colorless feeds on feuds. And so far, 2 of them have been on colorless units. Interesting. It's a pretty... I mean, honestly, I couldn't expect much more for his kit. You wouldn't really want anything different, at least in my opinion.
Not really. I mean, Green Feud is the only, I think, interchangeable option there.
Yeah.
And I guess you could switch out Glimmer, too, but Glimmer's perfectly fine.
I mean, yeah, unless you're going with Lethality, not going to have any problems changing to special whatever you need it to be.
It's just I wish they made Times Pulse easier to get. It's basically the only hero that I can see you like having an easy time of foddering is Sothis, because everything else is kind of goofy.
Yeah.
It's not even that it's not common, because Times Pulse is pretty common at this point. It's the fact that all the units that have it have really good fodder.
Yeah, and you can't get Times Pulse 1 and 2, like, unless you want to fodder off another really good unit, so...
Yeah, like, Marianne has Tech Speed Unity and no follow-up, Volca has Impact and no follow-up plus Lethality.
Oh, okay, fine. More like wasteful.
Yeah, it's just very wasteful.
You got Lysithea, Shinon, Pent, Charlotte, Yuri, and Volca, who all have Times Pulse in the main pool.
And Sothis.
Not main pool.
Main pool, you said, okay.
Yeah, like, it is abound if you need Times Pulse, but every time it comes out with other good skills. So it's kind of tough. Unless you want to fodder Sothis, you're realistically going to have a hard time. Most of the time, at least.
So, anyways, to conclude for Joshua, there's not much you do here. It depends on whether you want to use Lethality on him or Times Pulse. Otherwise, you could perfectly keep Green Feud, and you would never switch off his dagger because it's way too good. Slaying, it's like the first instance of a fire sweep dagger. I don't remember having... No, we don't have anything like that. No on counterattack on a dagger. I don't think that's a thing.
Oh, I guess Layla's the one
That's true.
option.
It's conditional.
And you have to use it with a support partner.
Layla is a pure offense fire sweep dagger, but when we have Yuri, and plus Savior stops that anyways, Layla's niche is kind of falling off. Whereas Joshua can be used universally, which is a very scary part.
Mm-hmm.
And the
He doesn't
AI
require
will
support.
And of course, if the AI can, they will always try to go for what's best. So even though the condition only sometimes has fire sweep, most of the time the AI is going to prioritize that. So it's not like that condition's a big deal.
All right.
It's a very clean, interesting weapon. And I think Joshua is just a very clean, interesting, but not too flashy unit.
It's freaking Joshua. It's supposed to be flashy.
Well,
yeah. This is
nothing art,
his. Yeah, this art is by Akuma Yugo, who did Sedith and Grima and all the male fan service characters. And this is also it appears to be based on in Sacred Stones there are branch promotions, and you can promote Joshua to either a swordmaster or assassin. And this is a little more decorative and a little more colorful than Joshua's assassin promotion, but it resembles it. So.
You know, the one thing that gets to me is like how tight his face mask is gone, so that we can see his lips like that. It's so weird.
It reminds me of like Gerudo Link, honestly.
You're right. I'll be honest, I saw that thumbnail, and for a split second, I had no idea what I was looking at.
Link cross.
Yeah, that's why I was so confused, because I was purposely trying not to see it, but I saw a bit of it from the corner of my eye. I'm just like, what is this? I have no idea who's there.
Yeah, I also didn't expect we were already going to get into Ascended Heroes, to be fair. But that, really cool and unique, though, honestly.
By the way, his dress makes no sense. He has, like, a face mask, and he's immediately like surrounded by shiny things. And the face mask doesn't even obstruct his features, so I don't understand. At least he looks cool.
Protective to a certain degree because, you know, desert.
Oh, I guess it keeps the sand out of his nose.
Of course, it's rough and it gets everywhere. I'm sure Joshua knows that more than anybody.
Yesterday, someone said.
What?
Yesterday, someone said, sand is rough and coarse and gets into your mom.
I mean, it probably did.
Oh, man.
Yeah, when she kind of fell over in the desert all of a sudden. I wonder why.
We were playing Roblox yesterday, chat. It was first time ever I played Roblox. It was a collab. I didn't go like
VTuber collab.
Yeah.
And you got that fan art of you kissing Solinar.
No, it's Solinar kissing me. Damn it! Don't get it mixed up. It's a huge difference. Who kisses who?
Don't mix up the context.
Okay, my context was removed. I apologize.
Here, chat. This is it. If you didn't see it, it's very clear that I wasn't a part of this. I didn't commission this. He commissioned this. I'm not the one who made this decision. He did. So yeah.
He made a very fun decision. And he even has an emote for it now. I
don't know why he made it to emote. That's Solinar. Check him out. He's also a VTuber and he's most definitely a trap. Alright. With that said, because that's the perfect way to segue into the survey. Yes, poll survey. Who's polling for poll? Whatever. My god, I've never been felt this way about a banner. I'm expecting like 80% no.
You definitely have felt this way about a banner before.
Probably, but it's I don't remember anymore. Yeah.
Yes, you do. Evan, like Ascendant Gunter, Copium.
Not yet, but I'm saving for Fallen Gunter.
Yeah, Fallen Gunter. Probably happen.
Of course, that'll happen very soon.
Unless the pawns take over.
I probably will pull just because I like Sacred Stones, and I'm already done with New Year's. But
if I were to pull, yeah, I'm done with New Year's, so I might pull, considering that I could just pull for Rennac and Joshua. Rennac for his fodder.
There's literally no reason for me to pull here. The only Sacred Stones unit I want left from the game other than Molder is Archer, and I already got his Winter Alt, so no, I don't care.
I personally really just want Rennac. Only one of these characters I've actually used extensively. I did.
Oh, it looks like the poll this time requires a sign-in.
It does?
I didn't have to sign in.
Oh, is that just me?
Maybe.
I don't know. I never noticed this because I always was signed in.
Yeah, you do have to sign in.
Oh. Wait, is that always a thing? I don't know.
That might be just because of the way this one was set up.
I do hope I can pull a free Joshua, though, to give my Gunter an Ascended for it.
I'm surprised you still haven't done that.
I had to give it to Saul and Elise immediately because the attack and speed boost is so nice.
You know you are the most fraudulent Gunter lover. This man admitted he cheated in summer duels to get to 200 first. And you still wouldn't pull red her.
The person was like going so fast.
I got my 200 on Legion legit. You have nothing.
Yeah, I legit by facing off against so many YouTubers.
Oh yeah, I went. So many YouTubers were playing on my time. It feels weird.
Gas destroyed you. From what
135 legitimately is fun.
Depressing.
Oh, you lost to Gas. Wow. I don't expect Gas to be bad, but like I thought you were pretty confident.
I am. It's just Nyla hard counters the way I'm playing.
Yeah, Gas is a big Nyla fan, and he uses like this giant ball of stats, how Bindi as well.
Put it this way, even with Nyla having in-combat panic from Legion Sneering Axe, I still can't double her. She's that fast.
Oh my god. That's really interesting. That's a really... By the way, Nyla, guys, don't get it mistaken. She's an amazing unit. It's just she's a very different unit. You would not imagine Nyla as a meta unit until you get caught.
I didn't, and I paid the price very dearly. So yeah, let that be a sign for anybody playing in Book 3 meta of Summoner Duels. Nyla is terrifying. Honestly, more so than Legendary Martha is.
Tragic. I wonder if they'll eventually release like specific things, like only book 1, only book 2. Do they
Like-
already? Okay, they don't have that yet, though, right? It's just
No.
book 3 and before, and then regular, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Like if
current books.
they'll summoner duels, if they'll do like each book specifically.
Yeah,
Like, they could-
because I'm only
yeah.
playing in the book 3 meta because that's where my units are best.
Wow.
I use Brave Hector and Legion.
What a dick. Sure.
I mean, you're not wrong. A lot of people surrender just because of Hector.
Yeah. No kidding. Most people don't have a vector buster, and most people, and reasonably speaking, there aren't a lot of truly good vector busters.
Especially when it's Hardy Aegis Spectre.
Classic.
It makes people very depressed. But
All right. Anyways, with that said, chat, are you gonna pull? Yes, I'm gonna try pulling for all of them on the banner. No, I'm saving my orbs on another banner. That's pretty easy. I'm just gonna pull for Nimi. I'm gonna pull for Rennac. Pull for Colm. And pull for Ascendant Joshua. Honestly, if you had to pull one hero, it'd just be Joshua. Unless you must get fodder, then it's Rennac. But it's basically
yeah.
I'm sorry for Nimi. Like, I'm glad she's in the game, but she's honestly set up to fail. It's
She's
very
good.
difficult.
She's good, but there's no reason to use her unless you have
Right.
a right chance.
I think the days of defensive archers are pretty much dead.
She's not.
Unless you're a savior.
I mean,
Oh my god, even if you are a savior, you go up against Ignats. Ah, it's terrible.
It's not even really that. I don't expect her res to be amazing. I mean, I expect her res to be good, but I think she's offensive in nature more so with the blades on effect. The kit just gives her res.
But I just realized, like, Nimi versus Ignats. I don't even like Ignats, but I can definitely see the appeal of going savior over going savior and having unity bow.
See, it's more so Nimi is an offensive unit, unlike Volca, who can live a res shot, but is supposed to kind of go about killing efficiently. But then comes the question of Volca, and it all goes down. That's the way I see it. No
Okay.
matter which way you cut it, Nimi is outclassed. Not bad, outclassed. Fortunately.
Anyways, this is what, by the way, I say this on the rare occasions it does happen. People complain about power creep until they realize the banner's entirely sleeper. Then they complain it's entirely sleeper.
Yeah.
But guess what?
it's one or the other.
It's one or other. There's no such thing as middle ground.
Yep.
I think the
People will always
Path of Radiance banner was pretty good middle ground.
Wait, what?
The
Usually when that
Sunblade
happens-
yarn.
Okay.
Yes.
I can
Well,
agree with you.
Uh,
It's not the level of your recreep, but it is not this sleeper. Like
I thought I
Volca
gave
is-
that banner a 9 out of 10 at least. Because the
I think
free-to-play
yeah.
options were insane.
The free-to-play
Oh, yeah,
options
free-to-play
were
options
good.
are-
Volca and Legarn were both really good.
Like,
And,
banner.
oh.
The banner
Wait.
is great. The
I
banner is great.
disagree. That was just a straight up great banner. That was no,
No, that
middle
banner
ground
is
Great
great.
banner. It wasn't like overpowering like with
Yeah.
Ascended Fjorm or Yuri.
Well, yes.
Yeah, it didn't introduce like.
Wait
Legar's
a
great,
second.
but it's
You don't
not
think
as
Legar is
good.
that good? You don't think Volca's that
Not
good?
that,
What?
not
Oh
that
no,
amazing.
no. I think they're both amazing, but I do not think they're on the same level of meta influence as the units that everybody is bemoaning right now, like Yuri, Ascended Fjorm, Brave Erica, and the likes. It's just
I think
a
if you
really
make-
good banner.
I think if you make top 3 in your unit class, well, for red daggers it's small, but let's say overall daggers, for me I have Vulcan top 3 just because of the pure damage output and its undeniability. But Legar is undeniably a top 3 archer.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. It's just not. It's not to the same level of overwhelming as some of the other banners people like to hate on. It's just a
Okay.
really good. Like the units are great and still among the best in their classes. It's just that being the best in those classes doesn't necessarily make you a toxic meta threat that you must pull. It just means that if you have that unit, you will probably have a better unit than most other units that they compete with, which is nice. But not
Actually, I think the better way to look at it is like it's more acceptable power creep because
yeah.
the free-to-play heroes definitely power creeped a bunch of. I mean, we went through the stats. They power creeped a bunch of heroes,
Yeah.
but it was fine because they're free.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's totally cool if they're accessible like the accessible units that you're getting from that are also good. Like, the same thing goes to, like, this Awakening banner. Although I think that one's almost the inverse because the banner units are worse. But when the free-to-play units are good, that's a good sign. When the units that are 5-star locked are overwhelmingly good, dangerous. That's the
Alright.
way I see it.
Anyways, does 2022 come after 2021, Kappa? Yes, it does. And no, but I'm pulling for Burr Ramsey. Who's Burr Ramsey? Anyways, I'm not pulling.
No idea.
Let's see.
Some reference.
38%, and it's 60.5% straight up. We're not going for this.
Ooh, Farinos.
Fair enough.
It's not
I'm telling
80%
you,
like you said, though.
Well, there's joke
Well,
options
there's
too.
Joke options.
Oh, I guess that's...
And I think that takes about 7%.
There's 10.5% going for does 2022 come after 2021?
So like almost 80%.
Yeah, that's right around 80 then.
Yeah, it's 80%, just around 80% with all the joke options included. There's only the only people there's outside of Joshua, which got 5 votes for 13.2%. There's one person going for Colm. Colm fanboys, respect.
Oof. Wait, aren't there usually like double the responses here too?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's the login thing that kept people out. But honestly, I think people think it's indicative because it's like my viewer base or whatever, but not indicative, but it's usually indicative. That's usually how it goes.
It's
not like you guys are special like fans or something.
Oh no.
Of Fire
I mean,
Emblem.
I feel like a lot of people are a little more like pragmatic or have favorites in mind. Like there's a pretty like strong passion for what you pull for, but this should still give a general idea of what the people go for the most part. Like I
mean,
expect some plus 10 Nimious and Rennacs and whatnot, but not a lot.
I mean, I expect most people in 2022, if you're still a player of this game, unless you're new, you're definitely a Heroes First player.
Yep.
You know what I mean? If you're going to take favorites in your own games, that's cool, but in general, you're a Heroes First player.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to care about like how the game standing works, the meta, and the units that function, how their functionality. It's not just going to be like blindly going in, because it's not first year anymore. I think people recognize at this point how disastrous it could be, right, Evan? Just say like, I love Gunter, I'm gonna make him work in everything.
And I do, usually.
Usually,
you friggin' cheated. Okay.
Yeah.
How exactly did Evan cheat? I want to know.
I'm pretty sure you
basically,
farmed the wins.
You were literally there, Dexy.
Dex, he win farmed because there's not enough people in book 3 meta where you're consistently getting matches. So you often find people.
You just play
who
yourself.
you just play other people that you know.
It's really BS, but like because there's no win rate, you can just do it.
My win rate isn't exactly amazing, but I did it.
I mean, but if they had a win rate, it would hamper people from doing this because you can know it's not just about reaching 200; it's about reaching 200 and being good.
Yeah, or having a somewhat authentic win rate. Like if you have 200 wins and 0 losses, it's gonna look a little weird, especially if you're using Gunter. Just saying.
Yeah, just a little bit. Slightly odd.
But yeah, all I can say is I hope not enough people are doing that to make the whole leaderboards look disingenuous, because some characters are certainly a little overinflated. I'll just put it that way.
Oh dear. Any examples you can think of?
Let me see here. I believe... Who was I just looking at not too long ago? There's one character I remember seeing that has 50 people with 1,000. At least.
I assume it's not like an extremely popular character.
It's pretty popular.
Okay.
I was looking at all the meta threats.
Once you find
let me see here.
8 points against
Yeah,
this
Wallheart
person.
has 47 50s.
Oh,
47
that's
1,000.
well, that's a little different because he recently got his refine and he's
Well, he's also
pretty
good.
popular.
But
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, yeah.
it's indicative.
So with my banner, my Battlecon New Year's banner, I'm forced to choose Spark. Should I go with my heart and go for NY Fafnir? Fafnir is your heart pick? What the heck? Sure. Or go meta and get dual NY dagger. I would go.
Both of them.
Only thing is, if you want to hinge on this, Hero Rise is next month. So we may get Dogger on that top 8.
I
Yeah.
don't think she's gonna make it.
I think
well,
she got top 8, but
A lot of speculation on her.
I think she's relevant enough to make it, but I do not have her as a top 8 hero overall in the game.
I don't either, but I'm not the people. I'm me. And when Dogger A has Kaboon art and B is recency bias does play a large part. and Pathfinder also is extremely popular. So I did kind of expect Augur to at least come close to top 8, if not making it. I would say that's tough. I'm a little.
I mean,
biased
we can
for
have a proper
Augur.
discussion about this in the future because I really think. I mean, to be honest, I really think Floret options will make it in like Fjorm and Legyarn. It's just they're so strong, they're so good in meta, and they have the Floret still. So
I think they'll come
Legyarn,
close,
not
but I just
sure.
can't see those two in top 8.
Legyarn, I don't think so. Fjorm, maybe. Because
Like
there's
Fallen
still-
Edelgard for sure, for any new hero for sure.
obviously.
Fallen Edelgard, yeah.
Fallen Edelgard is pretty much ascertained. There's going to be at least one Fallen Edelgard on the top 8. Same with Yuri. It really is just going to come down to the units that everybody knows and everybody accepts as meta, and units that are extremely popular anyways. Whether or not it's the most pragmatic choice, or the unit that I consider the best overall, it's just kind of how the community views it as a whole. Those are the units that are going to make it. That's how Brave
John Dar
Edelgard
the Pirate, thanks for follow. Sorry, go ahead.
That's how Brave Edelgard almost made it. Popular unit, good unit, didn't deserve to be there, and yet there she was.
You guys do realize there's so many people out there intentionally shitting on Edelgard. Even yesterday's like long copy passes started of shitting on Edelgard fans. But it's very obvious they're the majority. They're like the silent majority just judging people for like talking shit about them. It's so funny to me. Like it's very clear that it's I mean every statistic I've ever seen, there's only 3 houses had Edelgard first. Black Eagles
it's-
first.
The casual 3 houses and Fae fan base is very, very partial towards, you know, popular characters. So
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, it's hilarious to me because they're just not vocal about it. So other people think it's like popular, like they hate on them, and there's no knockback on it. But like when you actually take the fan base as a whole, it's very clear where this is headed.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, even like this entire stream, for example, we're just a part of the community. A relatively niche, granted, a lot of us are pretty like dedicated to the game. Most people who watch the stream probably have at least some dedication to the game, because it's already a step up on the average player to be watching fake content on stream. But we only represent so much of the community, and there's so many people who are just extremely casual and have very simple likes, and nothing wrong with that. It's just those people do have a say at the end of the day, and that will have significant influence, whether or not that's what other people who may be more invested want.
As Red mentioned, I don't believe the majority of people are in.
No.
Yeah, I don't believe the majority of people are on Reddit anyway. So.
Not the majority of players, probably, or at least a great number of players, don't even engage in the community. They just play the game because they want to. Nothing wrong with that.
there's different styles. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Oh my god, this is the first time I use double Fury Seal. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun.
Oh,
I have not
joy.
used that skill productively yet. I'm just using it on Vaulter because it looks funny.
Men takes lots and lots of damage. Goes furious.
Yep.
It's funny because I gotta switch Fury off of my dagger in order to use Fury on to still have dagger be the soak for shrines.
Oh yeah.
By the way, that banner, wow, I still can't believe how sleeper it was. I struggle. Outside of Joshua, I struggle to see the point. It's like an obligation at this point.
I
You
think
have
it's
to.
fun, honestly. Like I think it's just fun. Like we don't get banners that are like feature underappreciated units and are like male centric and like range centric a lot. Like it's just something new, and I can't really complain about that. If I mean,
So the
honest.
worst case, it's saturating the pool with more good fodder. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not arguing about that. But to be clear, I do think you can do that anyways, in a more productive manner, right? If, for example, if they really wanted to saturate the pool while getting all the heroes in, they would make more situations like the Ascended heroes where you have multiple free-to-play demotes at once, and that's because they have the OC like being forced into the banner. But like, I'm just saying, this new entire idea concept of normal heroes, normal banners having like ascended heroes. You can understand the idea of it, but like they don't have to do it this way.
Excited for the potential of an ascended Sakura in her high priestess outfit.
It makes me think that they're gonna. I'm hoping that they're gonna
Relaxed
save ascended
weapon
heroes
and
for
not
like
but then
sort
having
of
the
characters that have
ascended
some story
power
relevance
is
but
far
aren't
more
like
likely
main
to
lords. Like I don't want to see
sound.
Ascendant Ike and Corrin and like all those lords that have already gotten their legendaries. I want to see like Ascendant Lu and Ascendant Zelius, Ascendant I don't know, like what's another good example? Like maybe even Nana or Azur or something like that, you know?
It really
I expect to see a ascended print money.
Well, yeah.
So
they
give us
print
that
money
Crom already,
anyway,
you know?
so.
I don't expect Ascended Crom more so because that would mean a third Crom ult in the main pool. Because technically, Horse
probably
Crom
not
like,
Crom, but you know what I mean. This is the hero that you definitely could make a ultimate form of.
I mean, Joshua kind of does that decently.
Ooh, Ascended Fallen Gunter. That'd be like the ultimate form of him. Yeah.
I'll have a
Copium
combined
is going
total
to
of
extreme.
2 sales, and it would be both BU.
Pretty much. By the way, there are only 8 Sacred Stones characters
You
that
know
don't
what
have
would be
any
pain?
form in this game.
Ascendant Xander instead of legendary.
And how many of them are
Xander.
bosses or enemies? I mean,
These are all main playable characters.
oh, main playable character. Well, let me hold on. Let me see how many I can think of. Let's see. We don't have Kaio, Franz, or Ford. I know that much.
Correct.
Let's see. We do not have. Wait, are you including creature campaign or not?
No.
We don't have Cyrene nor Vanessa.
Yep.
Nor Mulder.
Yep.
And
That's such a stupid name, by the way.
It's funny though. Mulder the Boulder.
In the full game that is not yet in.
Yeah, it's sad. How many am I missing? Like 2? What?
2.
2. Let's see.
You're hurting me.
Oh no, I know I'm forgetting obvious characters, but
Well, thoroughly.
Oh yeah, before we go too far in, do you remember, chat? Tomorrow's the big day, not today.
Yeah, debate of mine's tomorrow, and I need to see that Murrah fine already. Dear God, help me.
I mean, I need to put out that joke. Somebody wrote like entire. It took me like 8 minutes to read through that entire thing. I did it without pause. Oh, you know, I mean, they made an entire meme about Murr eating everyone.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That was really something.
Legion. One of them is Gilliam, and the other
Correct.
is. Oh no. I'm not looking them up, so I'm just doing this from memory.
You're on the right track.
I'm on the right track with Gilliam. Would it be? Huh. Okay, just tell me.
It's his son's father.
Oh, Ross.
Garcia.
And Garcia.
Oh, Ross, yeah.
Yeah.
Garcia.
Of course. I like Garcia. I should have gotten that.
Also get seasonal or legendary/mythic ascended
Which
units.
I still feel
And
so
it
bad
does
that
this
is
on what
Ross's
banner will
title.
introduce the first limited
Yeah,
time
I know
ascended
it's an expression, but still.
Oh yeah, you are your father's son, but really, that's what we're going with.
Everyone is their
Creativity.
father's son, unless you're made in a tube.
Well, even then, you still have a father technically.
Yeah,
That's true.
you can't choose your father, but you can choose your daddy. Anyways,
That's a very non-Legion quote of you, but I approve.
That's very
everyone.
accurate. I completely agree.
Maybe it's more Legion of a quote than I realize.
Legion enough. Oh,
Alright, guys. First
Glorious.
time using Fury Seal. I'm gonna be excited about that.
I cannot wait. But like I said, no idea what I'm doing with that yet. productively. I don't like do Zane strats, for example, so I don't know.
I use Zane in Arena, so that's a lot of fun.
I can't argue with that.
I use them with, let's see, Gatekeeper, Note, and Colm, base Colm.
I'd probably use them in my light season more if I had a reason to, with like Ula and Mila.
That could be fun, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why? I'm friggin' awake! There's no need for this!
We're not... It's not even midnight yet. We're not there yet. What were your thoughts, by the way, on our GHB coming up? Wasn't
I don't even friggin' remember who he is, to be honest.
He's
Honestly,
like Garneth, except not as important in the story as Garneth is.
Right, that's what I figured. Honestly, I don't remember most villains from Secret Stones.
Reeve shows up twice at the very end, but otherwise he's just kind of there.
Yeah, he shows up every once in a while before then.
He's
to be
pretty,
evil.
like, he looks like he's more relevant than he is.
Yeah.
But, he's gonna be interesting at least.
He does have that funny distinction of being a bishop, who's like, who would normally, you'd expect him to be like a dark mage, but he's just uses light magic.
One of the only evil light mages. At least, like, pre-Tellius.
Right.
Aw, I have to ruin the 69 attack.
No!
Oh no.
I have to. I do have to give her some flowers to be safe about.
He might be an interesting GHB though, since he looks like he's gonna have a perf.
Yeah. Most likely based on his aura tome.
I really hope that he doesn't have a perf, because I'll just feel really pissed off that they made.
He does.
Oh my god. Why? Why?
He'd probably suck if he didn't have a perf.
What is this pick? Like, I'm just so confused.
I mean,
he had to get
you have a perfectly great looking hero with, like, that's awesome with Bertram, and you're like, no perf. And you get this dude who I can't even for the life. Like, do you not even see his face in the trailer? Like, he was depressed about existing.
Oh, I mean, I can't deny, I wish Bertram had gotten one, but that doesn't mean, I'll still take it if anyone gets it.
Yeah.
Doesn't
I
mean
feel bad for Bertram, but I mean, I guess Reeve is technically the third to last boss in the game. Technically. But yeah, I cannot say I don't feel bad for Bertram. Like, most... I don't have too much to say to that one, honestly. I'm not sure why he would have one, outside of the fact that he is, I guess, the Garneth archetype. Though that does beg the question, will that perf be a gimmick? Maybe.
Which it could be, although he doesn't really have a gimmick in Sacred Stones.
Besides making it impossible for you to see.
Yeah. Oh no, he's getting a fog-based gimmick.
Don't put fog of war in this game for a GHB.
That'd be hilarious, though. I know some people who'd, like, have so much fun with that.
But, yeah, I don't quite get it. So, he's gonna be cool, though, at least. I mean, I'll take cool units, but... I mean, Elfric didn't get one, Peleus didn't get one. Arate, I don't think really deserved one, but...
You hear that, Sigma Sensei? Suck it.
Alright, go ahead. Arate had a rabbit tome in her own game, so she got...
She had a rabbit
well, yeah, Rabbit Spirit was the official name, but it was literally a tome of a rabbit, so it's like,
and
they at least had an excuse.
She just kind of shows up multiple times with different weapons.
Yeah.
She
was really shoved in.
I mean, she's a lady. She wants to be. She wants to be stylish.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what you were gonna say.
Yeah.
I mean, she's literally a concubine, so whatever.
That she is.
You're not gonna sort by. Oh wait. Nah, whatever.
All right, I hope that's enough. One speed.
Yeah. I can say for our GHP is he will probably be kind of like Solon stat-wise. Not as slow, I think. But actually,
very well be
decent
slow.
defense. Could he?
I think Reeve has the potential for a fairly respectable defense stat, you know, and really low speed.
Are we gonna get a power creep on Sonya?
That seems kind of likely.
Oh, poor Sonya. She's not even bad. Spider Plush is actually good on her, but I feel bad. The other side of mages, though, I pray and pray harder for Canis. Please help him.
Yeah.
He has nothing.
Oh crap, I just realized this team no longer even runs Dagger. Yeah, that's because Ashe is now is higher scoring than Dagger.
Yeah, and
I don't really want to get rid of Milla, and Air is an extra point, but I guess I don't need to run Air.
Air, yeah, if Air's not bonus, you might as well just drop her. That's what I do.
1 point. How many matches do we take again?
8.
Total's 16? How many?
16 points.
Yeah.
If you're willing to drop 16 points for not having your core to get hit by Bright Shrine, I'd say do it.
I mean, I don't use this team as much. I mean, I use this team out of fun a lot of times. It's not actually necessary for me to go it, so.
Basically what I do with my Edelgard team. I can use it, I just don't need to.
Oh, I was also gonna say, a couple things about Reeve. Well, first of all, I was a little bit wrong. He actually is kind of fast. It's his magic that's a little bit low.
Oh.
He's pretty good defense and very good res.
Yeah.
So it might actually end up being kind of focusing on speed and res, which is interesting.
This guy's gonna be weird.
Yeah. And he will have a cool epithet though, because all the other generals of Grado have...
He already has his epithet's already in his blood barrel.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, I was just leading up to that by saying all the other Sacred Stones generals have the gemstone epithets, and he's going to be no different. So.
Yeah, he's really.
We'll lead up to it faster, damn it.
I mean, we already knew it.
Well, yeah, but not everybody knew that.
So yeah. But hey, I'll take Reeve though. Now we're just missing Glenn, and then we'll have all 6 generals. Which, by the way, Glenn not being on this banner. Not to say I expected it, but it's a little weird.
A little bit.
We're still 1 general off. We have Kellic, Volter,
Dusel,
and now
Okay.
Which means we don't have the original 3, but we have all the 3 that were just added on at the end.
Yeah.
Glenn being the 3rd. Little Sacred Stones. Trivia, I guess. But...
And we still don't have Vigard, and I kind of doubt we'll ever get him, honestly. I kind of doubt we'll ever get Vigard.
Oh, Vigard? Yeah, we don't have... Great. That would be an armored GHB. Or a fallen hero. So...
And he also has virtually no lines in Sacred Stones. Like, his main defining quality is being almost entirely silent.
Which is weird, because he does have lines.
He does.
I don't understand why they gave him lines. He would have been better if he just didn't talk, but...
Well, when he did talk, he was pretty much just acting like, you know, a puppet. He just literally said, do this, do that, you know?
Yeah. I just find it funny he had lines at all.
Yeah.
Then when you fight him, he has none. But... That would be in an armored GHB.
Why are you trying to piss me off? She says, will you post shenhe noms where you're gone, you hit 30 damage per second? I don't even want to answer you. You're just being mean. Wait, Dex, you still even play Genshin?
I haven't played in a little bit. I've been on and off.
Okay, the answer is no. That's alright. I knew your PP wasn't functional.
Oh,
What? In Genshin,
I know you still have it. It's you just never use it. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll have you know that in Genshin, I made a team based on waifus, and I used characters that I liked based on just how they looked. So, take that for what you will.
Sounds like you're pretending.
Well, I play differently in Genshin than I do in FEH, so.
I mean, it's a very different game. You should.
Well, yeah, but in FEH, like, I try to do meta with a little bit of favoritism, whereas in Genshin, I just kind of went for my favorites.
I almost want to say that makes sense in the context, but what do I know?
Well, it kind of does, because Genshin, there's no PvP style stuff. It's basically just how efficiently can a unit do something in enemy-based combat and events.
You know, that reminds me. That's exactly the reasons why I think Faye is fucking it up here. Because what is the big draw of Genshin? And I think a lot of people oh, sure. But I think a lot of people argue number one's exploration and the adventure. Like, that is probably, that combination is probably like something that a lot of people enjoy. But for me, I think it's the story, the writing, the character development. Like, your interactions with them is what drives you to care about the game so much. You want to play the game because you want to do more stuff with the characters. Just not really something Faye ever really does.
Outside of forging bonds, not really.
Yep. Yeah. It's really unfortunate because I think that's one of the pillars of a great gacha game that Faye does not exploit.
Yeah, it relies a lot more on its IP than it does with itself.
Yep. Genshin sucks. Too many backstory in hindsight. Oh boy. It's okay. All right.
I totally bungled last Aether Raids season.
Your 39 has been so easy lately. I legit. You guys used to make fun of. I mean, you guys used to make fun of me until I started calling people out. You used to make so much fun of me getting easy matches, but like, legitimately, the matches have gone so easy. I think the amount of like tough matches I get a week is like 2, even.
Yeah, last week was admittedly a very easy week for me. Just both on defense and offense.
Would have been easy for me if I didn't miss again.
Miss?
Yeah, I kind of missed a day.
What? What are you doing? But to be fair, that's the one thing that pisses me off about Aether Raids. Why do we have to play every day?
Just
virtually every day.
Yeah, auto dispatch 4 days.
If you do 2 matches in a day, but I try to be on the edge by getting 1 match per day to make them easier. And
I think it actually was easier for me because I didn't do 1 match a day. I did like 2 a day if I could. So like, I don't know why it made defense easier for me, because like it always seems like I get whales whenever I only do 1 match a day.
I do 2 a day.
It depends on when you do the match too, because if you're doing it earlier in the day, a lot more people in your tier, so you're putting the odds more. Which is like if I do my matches like at reset, for example, wouldn't be so bad. But I don't do that because if I do it at reset, I'm with everybody, and that's not gonna work. So I wait. And
do you become ticky?
Yeah, I do. And the second I forget, it goes super bad. Which is not often. This is, I think, the 2nd time I've ever done this. But oops.
I think this is a cross between a 3 houses team and Poverty Mythics.
Yeah, it's literally just 3 houses with life loss reduction.
Well,
I mean, sure. It's just a mean team that's not trying to lose.
Don't let your memes be dreams.
I mean, that's basically what I did with the assassins. I just used them plus mythics.
Just use Auto Dispatch. Honestly,
Auto
the matches are easy enough that if I were to log on to do Auto Dispatch, I would rather just log on and fight.
Yeah, if I actually remembered to fight, I would just... If I just remembered to Auto Dispatch, I would just fight. Like, it's not even that. I just forget to do that.
What the fuck? I'm on the entirely wrong team. What team did I even click? I'm on Marth. I wanted to use Zane. What? Fine.
Okay.
I think it's
I mean,
the
it's
2. It'll work anyways because it's just a bad team in front of me.
yeah. There's no real issue. It's not even an IP boosted Lysithea.
Yeah, I'm realizing just how easy Duo Dogger makes Arena. Oof.
That's what I mean about falling asleep. I don't even. There's not enough reason to pay attention anymore.
Yeah. Rarely. Although I will say that I've been facing a lot of Lysitheas recently, and those are scary. The new one, that is. Harmonic Lysithea is actually kind of scary. Like, now that I'm actually fighting them, I'm pretty inclined to say the Lysithea is just better than Corrin outright.
I remember you were not sold on her at first.
I wasn't. And I am now. I'm genuinely thinking I might just run Deflect Magic, because I think we're getting there.
The glimmer of life.
It's getting kind of scary.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that
Yeah.
your Vector would possibly have to do that.
Like I said with Vector, for the most part, it's all just about adapting him.
Truly?
Because he can almost do anything, it just matters what you give him. But I need to make some adaptations, because as it is, it's not working.
Is your name actually Jerk Off? Am I not? That's a
yes.
heck of a name.
Nice.
Jerk Cough.
Jerk Off. Sorry, I read it as Jerk Off. I'm sorry.
I think that's his intention,
Uh,
if I had to guess.
thank you for the follow.
Ready.
Tear them to shreds. This way? I must be careful.
I do not object.
I bestow my blessing.
There's literally no trap here. I don't think I'm missing anything.
Like this.
Not that I can see. There's no orders or guidance. It would just be Claude.
I was named after my dad's favorite hobby. I hope your dad's favorite hobby is not being a jerk. I'm sorry. No, is that really a thing? I'm learning. I swear I'm learning.
Learning what?
That there
his
are
dad
things
was
out
very
there.
horny.
Oh boy. That's pretty funny to me. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to insult you.
Funny though.
Good morning. Lord Asker, guide us.
I will go.
Yes,
I wish you can get the kill there.
the glimmer of life. Death's caress.
This way? Keep up.
It's so dumb. Having Ash just means you don't pay for anything.
Ash is
Truly?
insane.
I bestow my blessing.
Honestly, I've been having so much fun using her. And of course, since I'm not involved this season, I've been having fun curb stomping people that are a little low
I will go.
with Ash mobility. Like, the fact that you can just hop around structures and then move like 6 spaces net is pretty insane, honestly.
And the only issue now is how do I get to that stupid Lysithea? Because she's still,
This way?
even if the team sucks, Lysithea is Lysithea.
Yeah. Leon can't tank. Especially with TA, Leon ain't tanking that. So. I mean, technically Marth would, but I don't like risking that.
What was the final evaluation of the banner? You basically only go for it if you really want a floret, is what I would say.
I'd say
Unless you
Joshua-
need fodder.
Yeah. It's a great fodder banner, and Joshua is pretty legit, both as a floret and as a unit, but that's about it. It's a pretty skippable banner. If
It will be
by
done.
large. Unless you like
I
the
do not
characters.
object.
Or floor.
Or florets, I guess, yeah. But I generally say for most people the New Year banner or even the Winter banner still might be more appealing, and this is a Mythic banner.
Death's caress.
Also worth noting.
I must be
Not
careful.
to mention, next month is anniversary. Not to say you should
I
be
bestow my
like
blessing.
super anticipating the anniversary since it's only the 4th of January, but that is coming, and that will most likely be something huge.
Are you guys seeing this? Ash one-shots Byleth. The friggin' Cal just one-shots.
Honestly, such a cool unit.
Ash is really good.
Like, that is
better get used to her design, Noms. Better start liking her and waifuing her up.
No, I already think it's really weird that I ended up liking goats. I never knew I liked goats, but I like goats.
Come on, cows are farm animals still, you know.
What?
They're still farm.
You think this had any consideration to do with farm animals? You friggin' weirdo.
I mean, with you, I never know.
I have no idea. I still can't believe in a single year I became attracted to 2 goats. 2 different games.
And cows.
But that's what happened.
Oh, cows galore.
I must be careful.
I
The
do
game
not
is setting
object.
you up to become a total furry. Accept it.
Alright,
honestly, cow motifs are pretty common for girls in anime and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, by the way, yesterday, I watched Gino's stream, and Gino was talking about like, he showed me a clip from like, or a YouTube video from Moist Critical. He was talking about how much he hated anime. It was because, and his main issue was because of age, right? Like if his idea is, if an anime doesn't have anything to do with high school, why are you insisting on making it about high school? You know? And what does this have to do with cows? I guess it's just from the respect of like, I just don't even think about it. You know what I mean? Like when I watch anime, I don't think about the age of the characters. It's not even in my mind. In fact, I'm not sure if this is for everybody, but in general, in my life, when I speak to someone, I don't have consideration for their age. I don't have consideration for their gender. I don't have consideration for their race. You know?
You are blind when you talk to someone.
Oh, okay, sure. But it's more like I just see them as a person, right? So, likewise, with like Freya and Ganyu, I just saw them as people. I didn't even know Ganyu was a goat girl. I didn't notice her goat horns until after I watched a trailer, in which case after I like really liked her. Anyways, the entire point
with me and Yanfei, I guess. Like Yanfei's not a goat, but she has like a beast blood in her, I guess.
Oh yeah, I also did not notice Yanfei because for me the thing about her was that she was a freaking lawyer essentially, and I thought that was really cool.
Yeah,
that was
cute. I like her.
Well, that's what I
Legion,
mean. It's
you
just like,
say that without. Have you ever seen Yanfei?
I watched that stream.
Oh, okay.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, it was just chilling. Now this is a team I expect to see more.
Oh god.
The only issue I have is I don't know if I can fight Lysithea, if Ileana can take Lysithea. That's the only thing I need to worry about.
Yeah, I learned the hard way that Lysithea is definitely not a unit you can just expect to tank.
Fury Seal.
Oh, of course. Ugh, this is gonna be annoying.
Actually, I think Fury Seal is really good on her. That bulk is what's important.
Yep.
I thought Lysithea would do damage the other day. She was really underwhelming towards my Fallen Leon, but again, it's Fallen Leon, so.
I would hope he has something to do with that, you know.
Well, he almost dies to Reinhardt a lot, so you know, I don't know what to expect.
What the fuck are you running on him if he dies to Reinhardt?
No, like because speed builds, because he might not always one-shot Reinhardt.
Okay, I guess that is technically fair because Reinhardt is way tankier than Lysithea. I guess that's
there's a rally attack trap.
Ugh.
Oh dear.
Ugh. I hate
The only issue I have with this is if it goes rally attack on the Leaf, because now I can't just target Leaf freely.
I mean, on the bright side, the isolation is basically free.
Oh yeah, you know what? That doesn't matter. I'll isolate anyways.
Yeah, that actually is the flaw I see, is Milla is able to feed this team easy.
Alright, anyways, before I forget to say the point was, like, it bothers him because you guys do realize that, right? Like, if you watch anime, Which, by the way, I truly believe this. In 20 years, I'm willing to bet people are gonna get upset at you for watching anime because like, oh, look at you, you're watching kids, even though most animes are based on high schoolers, which are of course minors. But like,
I feel like that's already present to some degree.
I mean, it's
yeah, I already
already
think
like,
it's present.
for example, like Netflix shows are a lot of like high schoolers just with adults playing them, so it's just kind of like that kind of thing, but you're watching adults basically.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, these characters are written by adults, they're voice acted by adults. This is why you're not making distinction, like, mentally. And of course, the biggest distinction, of course, is that it's like in an anime world and it's not real. But people forget all these things and want to judge it. My entire point is like, it's dumb. Why do people like even let these things bother them? It's not meant to be real. If you consistently like don't see a difference between like fiction and reality, you're just gonna get so pissed off on so many things, even though it shouldn't be. Like, hey, in this anime, you could literally you're literally fighting ghosts, right? But the thing that pisses you off is that they're high schoolers, right? Hey, Attack on Titan, you're literally you're seeing humanity get destroyed by these big giants. But of course they're kids. I don't know. I just think it's dumb. This entire thing is dumb. I'll never understand anyone's arguments against like these things because I just don't see it that way. Like I don't keep in mind like, you know, their age.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I will go.
Is that not a given? It's honestly not, which is the depressing thing.
That reminds me of a series of Three Houses quotes I saw today. Hanneman, one of his quotes for when he like levels up in a skill is "age is but a number," and then you compare that, with an ending of him marrying Dorothea and having kids with her, and he's 33 years older than her.
I don't even care about that's just cursed.
I know it's cursed. He says it in a wholesome way, but it can be interpreted in like a really fucked up way.
I mean, it happens all the time. If people paid attention to what happens in Hollywood, that happens all the time.
Yeah. But honestly, if anyone ever reads his reports with Dorothea, they're actually pretty wholesome. Like there's nothing technically wrong with like a relationship that's like, you know, a lot of difference in years as long as it's not, you know, something that's non-consensual or, you know, predatory or something like that. So, at least in my view.
All right. No, I agree, but it's just people want to jump to conclusions anyway, so it doesn't really.
Yeah, the stereotypes associated with a lot of things are tough to break.
All right, the question is, can Ileana just straight up tank this from Lysithea? I guess we're about to find out.
Good question.
Oh no.
I really don't have a choice.
No.
I really just have to take the hit.
I mean, we're gonna have to figure out some way to deal with Lysithea in general at some point. And if Lysithea in general is a problem, that's gonna have to get amended.
If everyone gets her for free, I don't think that would upend the problem, unfortunately.
Oh, the fact that she's sparkable already says enough.
Yeah. I sparked for her.
I did too. I'm not putting her in defense yet.
Should I wait a turn? I actually think I should, because this guy has no bolt tower. Yeah, I'm gonna wait a turn. If I keep a hero here, I'll start the fight, so I'm gonna wait.
Good morning. Time to feed. Yes.
I must be careful.
Yeah, I'm covered by safety fence. It should work. Alright, here we go.
Good luck. This will be interesting for me because it's basically just Henriette.
Yeah. Different color and slightly altered stats, but yeah.
Pretty much.
Color doesn't matter against Lysithea. In this case.
I have no idea how these things go. Here we go then. There's no movement to speak of. This is, at least is a fun fight. Yeah, because he only has one movement. All right, that's great. That's a lot less damage than I thought.
Yeah, as long as guard is up, it's pretty easy to counteract.
I guess that is just the value of raw res.
I did go attack res form.
Yeah. Like, part of the reason why my Brave Hector gets so countered, first of all, I fought a +10 Lysithea. Second, Lysithea is much better countered by an actual res tank than a like, consistent normal tank. Serious
Whoa.
res is important.
I got the call right entirely on Triandra. That's nice.
Death's caress. Time to feed.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure Dagger kills Ileana though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
As long as I can take one hit. The question is, how do we get the water? Because these maps usually just end up in this way, in this scenario.
I guess you could try to leave, like, Note alive. I don't know if...
It is kind of funny when you think about it. Note and Dogger are both on the same team.
Yeah. 2 Notes and 1 Dogger.
True.
Note is the one I can't really avoid. She's the one who goes everywhere. Dagger is the one I actually have to lock down.
Yeah. Dogger might be the safer bet. Either that or Triandra.
Yeah, actually Triandra makes a lot of sense. She does have Wings of Mercy, which is a problem.
Yeah.
So they'll move forward and she'll attack somebody anyways. Yeah. Yeah, it's better for me to just get rid of, put myself in range of Triandra of air, go for that fight, and then get rid of the lift, and then somehow get around for Dagger. Ooh. All right, let's do it. It's gonna be rough either way.
Yeah. There's one thing these teams are always good for. It's
Like
annoying
this.
you with those pots.
Ready.
It will be done.
So hungry.
Evan, I assume you're just lurking here?
Yep.
The new toaster.
Aha.
It's a fun name.
Thank you for the follow. Do you guys know if you're in business class, the most common example they give about giveaways is a toaster? I'll never understand it. It's like we're taking business admin. They're like, hey, so this is what you do with promotions. Say it's a new toaster. And then you're just like, okay, it's about a toaster. And it's like 3 years down the line, it's still about the toasters. In all the scenarios, it's always about the toasters. Apparently, the reason for it is because the toaster is the most common giveaway item, promotional item in any situation. Because the reality is, like, you value a toaster, right? But the reality is toasters are like cost $3 to make. That's why. So they're like, oh, it's real world situations. Oh, it's so dumb.
The glimmer of life.
Not the vacuum? Nah, vacuums actually take a bit of effort.
It's one of those push vacuums.
This way?
Those push vacuums suck.
I must be careful. I bestow my blessing.
Oh my god. Ah, this is gonna be so annoying.
Truly?
This way?
It will be
Uh-oh.
done.
Too many toasters.
Lord, ask or guide us.
I mean, you know what they
Let's
say
see it.
about toasters. They toast toast.
Air reviews tomorrow? Yeah. If we have time. It's
Yeah.
Tomorrow's gonna be a big ass stream.
No kidding.
Oh, thank goodness. That's the one thing I wanted.
Good morning.
You guys might be like, why'd you put your peony here? You want to drag the dagger away.
Yeah, baiting.
Because if I put her right, she would have gone down.
Yep. Man, that would have been terrible.
Yes. Time to feed. I do not object. As long as there's treats. Caress.
Yeah, all I can say tomorrow is that Mer better be good. That form of soul had better not have gone to waste on me.
Well, I'm hoping for Kanas and Silas.
I don't expect much with Silas.
I'm expecting. Yeah. You were also one of those pessimists for Walhart who was thinking, Walhart's probably.
I
gonna
was
get
very
something.
pessimistic about Walhart.
And I was one of the optimists, so don't count me
It's
out.
mostly just what do you do with Silas to make him good?
You either capitalize on his defenses or give him
Good,
well,
not usable.
well, yeah. I was gonna say you either capitalize on his sort of defensive tank role, which would make him okay. I know not good, but if you gave him some kind of unique niche or like a unique, I don't know, like something with a support partner wouldn't be enough. But
Yeah.
I kind of know.
I mean, the armor smashing part is gonna make him at least usable no matter what.
Yeah, it'll make him usable in Arena Assault for sure.
There's a distinction between usable like Libra and good like Walhart that I'm not sure Silas can really fall into the latter. I think Kanus can, but I don't think Silas can.
I see the argument. I still think Kanas has more of an argument at this point than Silas does for getting a niche, but
yeah,
I think Silas will at least have that niche of being an armor slaying unit who has the stats to back it up with the refine.
Yeah.
I just hope there's a point to him. But then again, Julius came out of nowhere and became a god, so.
Yeah, that's the real issue. Like, Kanus can be great, but no matter what, Julius is right there.
Julius is kind of the looming shadow of free red mages.
Yeah, like between Julius and Mail Morgan, they're two amazing red mages that every other free red mage now has to put themselves towards.
Yeah,
Their
and
standards are been great.
they fulfill the opposite roles, which is kind of good that we have both the speedy sort of debuffing, sort of null follow up kind of standard offensive red mage and Morgan, and then we have the completely tanky defensive red mage and Julius, and then Kanas has to kind of find his way in that weird midpoint between the two, or completely create his own niche, which is kind of tough. So
Exactly. Like, this is not to say it can't happen, because we get surprised every once
yeah,
in a while.
it can,
Really
very well can.
Good refines for units that aren't good. And it actually ends up being really cool, but it's very hard to predict.
Yes.
Nowadays, I think refines are generally on the good side no matter what, but there are so many opportunities for refines to just be mediocre.
Yeah,
We did
you saw the
it.
range. Woo! Nice. I mean, we see
It
the
was
range
just annoying.
in even like a single set of refines between like Walhart and Libra. Like the difference between those two is kind of absurd.
Even on the same set.
Yeah.
Really drastic.
Yeah. Well, we have noticed, I think, that main villains tend to. There's been a pretty good track
If you're a
with their
significant
refines.
character, you're gonna probably be better.
Yeah.
Just
There
have
are a couple of exceptions. Like I think Scotty is a bit on the iffy side. It's not bad.
you tell
it's
that
just.
to Nims.
Well, no, it's not. It's not bad by any means, but it's not as like explosive as something like Walhart's, for example.
Yeah.
Good night, Jay Vasquez.
I'm surprised that went so well with your Ileana. That was actually really neat.
I was surprised that she was targeted directly, but even then she did so well.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
It's
big
Light Yarn
problem.
who that Ileana worries about.
Yeah. you can really only go hard on defense or res, and Ileana is predisposed towards res, so there's only so much you can do. And of course, unless you have dull ranged, i.e. distant defense 4, you're usually gonna have problems with that yarn anyways. But no, that was pretty good.
Oh yeah, they separated. One of the quests got separated, didn't it?
Yeah. Now
The Arena Assault.
Yeah, Arena Assault quests are now in the monthlies instead of the weeklies. So all your feathers and dueling crests are right up front at the start of the month instead of distributed by week. Meaning that the resident battle quest is just resident battles.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty convenient. I didn't even know exactly what happened. I thought they actually rewards at first. Pleasant surprise.
Alright, but yeah, today's stream's gonna be shorter than usual because I'm legitimately, guys, I'm trying to do every other day for streaming until I can get a schedule down. Very clearly, I have had a problem with schedules. In fact, I don't even know how to spell schedule anymore. So, yep, it's not been the best. Tomorrow should be hero views and going over the newer finds. That's not to say we're done today. There is one more thing that I keep forgetting to do. I hope Gmo's here so I don't.
I can't stand it anymore, man. I need to let this out. Ash is a fucking ugly cow.
Oh, is it Gmo's refines? You forgot to do?
Oh.
Give me back my panty.
Listen, you're gonna bear with this, Vic.
What?
You've eaten enough steak in your life that you can bear with one more ugly cow, alright? I know this one isn't gonna go in your stomach, but you can bear with it.
What?
It's okay. She probably has redeeming features. It'll just take a while for you to see it. And if you never see it, oh well. But honestly, yeah. I'm not quite as aggressive as you are here, but Ash is my least favorite OC. I'm sorry, chat.
I'm not gonna disagree with that.
Among all the princesses that we've gotten right at the start, it's definitely.
Like all the starting princesses.
Ash is kinda neat, but I'm not huge.
For now, Ash is my favorite. Of course, that could change.
I like Regan and Fjorm less. I think they're both boring.
Regan is definitely my least favorite.
I like
Regan
Regan
is-
the most, but there's not much to be said about Regan.
I like Regan because she was spunky and energetic. That was at least a personality, which coming from Air and Peony, it was pretty notable.
I thought Air had a lot more of a personality than Fjorm, but that was just me.
Air had more development, I think.
Yeah, she went from emo to not emo. I like that.
Yeah.
Well,
I think Air
Fjorm went
is-
from I am nice to I am nice and I like people, and I didn't see any development with Fjorm, and that made me very sad. And then she just went to ruin forging bonds for everyone, and that made me like her even less.
Fjorm and Dash are definitely my favorites.
Fjorm, you definitely saw her at least grow as a character because her willingness to have. She had
Ice
depth
and
from the
Flame.
very start. It just took a long time for you to fully see it. Like her
Ice and
willingness to
Flame, I
self-sacrifice
followed.
herself for the right causes and everything.
Yeah.
And her admiration and adoration actually gets built up. So there's something to her at least.
In the very end, I guess, and in Ice and Flame we see a little bit of it. So there's that.
I mean, they
But
always do that. Where did Peony stand out? That's right. Right up until the final chapter, all of a sudden
they
Peony
like
stands
to
out.
cram it in. Yeah.
Yeah, they like to cram it in. It's just like Eitri. It's just like, who gives a shit about Eitri? And then you're like, oh,
Then,
there's all this backstory.
Eitri actually had a reason, and then it's like, then she dies, and it's like, oh, okay.
That's Faye's fault. They don't know how to write for shit.
Yeah.
Pacing.
They have Maeda on the team, and he knows how to fuck up a good story. So
The problem with Faye, guys, is this. They probably storyboard all of these important facts at the start of the year, and then they let the interns fill in the blanks, and the interns have no idea what's going on. They're just like, include this story point. Got it, boss. I'm gonna do it. And then they just literally write it in. They don't build up to it. They don't develop it. They just put it in.
Yeah.
That's basically Faye writing. It's so bad.
Also, it's one chapter per month. So the pacing.
It's not like not like they're okay. It's one chapter per month, but let's not excuse the fact that they have characters say like 2 lines. that have nothing to do with anything, and most of it is just blank calories. You know.
Yeah.
They usually
mean,
just say like
there's-
lines that they say when they're in their what's the thing? Like when you tap, they say they're tap lines, except just in the story.
I mean, to be fair, recent books have had more dialogue than previous ones. I think this one actually had a fair bit more dialogue than book 4, even, if I remember correctly. But it doesn't go anywhere for the most part. Like, it mostly is just hitting those points at the minimum.
No matter what.
Like, it really is just going from point to point in the storyline. That's it.
But that's the problem. It's not excusable anymore. There's no reason for this. You are not a new gacha game anymore.
I'll cut through.
Can't argue with that.
And it's a shame because it's not like Fire Emblem Heroes doesn't have the ability to get a writer. They do. They just choose not to.
That writing to good effect.
And it's not, to be honest, chat, if you told me that's all the main story points of the last book, book 5, I would have been satisfied. Had they developed it correctly.
Yeah.
But they just never do.
It's like, if I just think about this story and its points, I think it's pretty cool. If I actually go back and look at it,
The story, the development of the story, like the actual plot points of the story are fine. It's just they're executed so horribly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's my problem with all this. It's just like it's not like it's not like you're incapable of doing this.
Oh, absolutely.
You have fine clinchers, like it has all the makings of something good. It just has none of the development to be good. It's just so dumb from that respect.
Exactly.
No matter what.
I think book 5 especially is indicative of this. Like, I love the way Niflheim is, and I love the way, like, how Fafnir is not who he thinks he is at first. I like all that stuff. It's just... Sigma.
To be fair, you have to have a
I can't take you seriously in anything ever.
Rick and Morty copy pasta.
Without a solid grasp of literary analysis, most of the plot points will go over a typical player's head. I'm smoking right now.
I do want to
just
see,
imagine
I do want to say, like,
players
shows like Rick and
scratching
Morty and
their
South Park.
heads in confusion
As long as it's not
players
Family Guy and nowadays The Simpsons, the humor is actually pretty well built because it's
How I pity them. This
yes,
is a
sometimes it's literally a fart joke. Oh my god, how long is your fucking message? Yes, okay. Anyways, the point I was trying to say is, like, generally speaking, their writers are pretty intelligent about, like, the jokes themselves. Not all jokes are high level, all right? To be clear.
You don't have to highbrow for everything.
You don't, in fact, it's better you don't highbrow everything.
Yeah.
But, like, there is some real genuine humor there. So, when people don't like stuff like Rick and Morty and stuff like that, I can understand it. But if you take a good look at it, there's some stuff there that's just really funny. Really funny that you wouldn't see from other sources. And it's not stupid. It's not inherently stupid, is a big thing.
Yeah. Keep in mind, most of those shows, even the Family Guy to a certain degree, aren't popular without reason. There's genuinely good, like, I'll be honest, there is even genuinely good stuff in some of Family Guy. It's just not always. And a lot of the time it comes down to either people pushing it way too hard for popularity, or it lasts way too long.
Honestly, the reason why I can't stand Family Guy is they keep dropping in names and I cannot identify a single person.
Well, as an American, that's a little easier.
I think even if you're American, like, they make it a point to reference somebody multiple times.
Yeah.
Through an episode, and you're just like, okay.
Every time. And especially as the later you go, it just gets more and more intense like that.
It's a formula, but like it's such a crappy formula.
Yeah. Well, it just went too long, honestly, especially with that one. It just went way too long. And while some of the earlier seasons aren't missing that, it's still, there's something more to it than just references, especially obscure ones.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like half the time I have to Google things when I'm watching that show because my brother loves watching it. And it's like, I understand half of this sometimes. And then the other time it's like, and then half the time it's not even funny when you actually understand it. That's the
Yeah,
worst
that's
part.
the other point. Like, you include this person's name, but did it really add to anything? And most of the
They
time,
just
it's no.
added to the people who are like, "Hey, I got that reference."
Yeah, yeah. Of course,
Yeah.
like people who do recognize it, that there's like a genuine like uplift there. But that's the problem. That's the reason why I like, at least with things like South Park and Rick and Morty, is that there's an overarching story. It's not like a story is there for an excuse to make jokes. It's like a story is there to tell a story. There's like a point to it.
Yep.
For Family Guy, it's very loose, whatever point they're trying to get across. And that's why I used to watch a lot of Family Guy as a kid, but as an adult, I'm just like, this is so dumb.
A lot of it
I
is.
don't. Yeah.
A lot of it is, and unfortunately, a good part of it just comes down to the fact that it's basically a corpse that's being held up by marketing, and is more so just to fill the slot, rather than something the creators are actually truly invested in. At least that's the way I see it.
I agree.
Like South Park, I think, for example, the creators are much more interested in the narrative they're pushing, or being like timely with their references and very on point with that kind of stuff. And they have a little more creative freedom in that regard. I like that. Family Guy, not so much. It's just trying to hop onto whatever trend is going on unsuccessfully, most of the time with pretty dry comedy, if you can call it that. Also doesn't help when your characters lose any trace of personality they had and become flanderized, so to say.
Yeah. Ironic that it should be flanderization mentioned there.
Yeah. Well, that's true. It's
Let's go then.
very much what happened to that show.
Oh man. Well, that's how you know the banner wasn't that much chat. We're literally talking about Family Guy.
Yeah. I think, ironically, the only thing I'm truly interested in right now is Reeve and Colm's speed. That's really about it. But, I mean, then again, I always go in with the expectation I'm going to look forward to GHBs more than anything, so...
GHBs, I've always had a soft spot for them because they're a free unit who's often like an overlooked or underappreciated or just some kind of
Also a
villain
character.
or side character. Yeah, and it's... Oh, or wait, what was that?
The big thing for me is, a lot of the time, they're characters you'll never get to use otherwise.
Right,
I like getting
yeah,
villains because I know
non-playables.
90% of the time you can't use that unit. And they tend to at least be, like you said, characters most people overlook. I like my villains a lot, so even if they're useless like Elfric, I still look forward to them. But of course, if they're cool and good, because sometimes UHBs introduce some really interesting units, then even better.
Let's see. How long has it been since the last Green Dagger unit, though? No idea. Who is the last Green Dagger unit?
It wasn't Hot Springs Hinoka, right?
Oh, I don't think so.
Honestly, these things are so dumb at this point. Like, it doesn't matter. Just differentiation is the reason why they're existing.
Yeah. I mean, they're good for checking. Like, for example, green bows are really nasty in the vector sometimes. But they are just kind of there to have an extra kind. You know, I guess. They're not necessary. But yeah, the last one was Dance Little Pieces.
Okay. That was a little while ago.
And then Christmas Jafar, you're right.
Yep. Winter Jafar was before that. Hot Springs Hinoka. Then it was Halloween Kagero, Hoshin Summer Uncia. Well, not a single one has their own weapon, and they're all season locked, meaning they will never get one.
Jafar's the
Dagger
fastest
Purple.
armored dagger. Okay.
At least
I don't
Rennac
even
will get
think
his
he
own
has
weapon
competition,
eventually.
but alright. I mean, he has
Oh,
one
those
competitor.
long. Oh my goodness.
I think he was
That
the
was
last
long to kick her out.
Oh, what a slow day.
Well, it'll be much faster tomorrow, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, that's true. Oh man. Oh, I bought a Switch, chat.
Oh?
I didn't plan on buying a Switch, but I decided to buy a Switch. It is not my first Switch, it is my second Switch. Because it's hackable.
Oh, what was what's the term for that?
What term is there for it?
No, it's I don't know, I don't know. It's another word for like a hackable. I guess I don't know what I was trying to say, but there's some word for it that's used for like switches and other devices like that.
Oh, you mean custom firmware? Homebrew, yeah.
Oh, homebrew, yeah.
Homebrew.
You can homebrew it. Yeah, and the reason why I did is because just so you guys know, it's not like I'm pro piracy or something. The most recent game I bought again, Breath of the Wild, baby. I bought Breath of the Wild over Christmas because it was so cheap. I was just like, okay, well, even though I have it on the Wii U, let's just do it again. So it's not like I'm pro piracy or something. It's just I'm really pissed off at constantly buying the same games multiple times. Another game that I really love and that I already have a copy of, Catherine. But guess what? I bought another copy of Catherine. So yeah, it's not like I'm pro piracy or something. I do it, but still, like, it really irks me because it's just like I already bought this game before. Why am I buying it again? It just feels so dumb.
So hungry.
Anyways, I'm surprised my own Switch wasn't hackable because it is from like late 2017. But even then, I don't understand what constitutes a hackable Switch or not. Mine came up when I scanned it as maybe patchable, maybe hackable, and then I tried it and it ended up not being hackable. But yeah, some guy was selling it for $300 Canadian with no tax. That's pretty cheap in comparison. Like, it's a really fair price. It's not like cheap, but the bigger thing is like it was in perfect condition. So yeah, for me, this is mostly gonna be for games that I own, but I don't want to buy multiple copies of. For example, like I own Final Fantasy XX2, but I don't want to buy another copy of it just to play on Switch, you know? And it'll hold me over until I get a Steam machine or something. In which case then... But yeah, for the most part, if there's a game like that has multiplayer, I'll just, you know, get it properly on my own Switch. And that's why I'll keep 2 Switches, so I can play online on one, and the other one I can just keep it with other stuff. Did you buy Twilight Princess HD? Oh, fuck. That's another good one. Yes, I actually have the limited edition Twilight Princess on the Wii U, for example. And I have Bayonetta 1 and 2 on the Wii U, for example. And I don't want to buy these games again. I honestly feel it's so stupid. Like, as a Wii U owner, I got friggin' punished, you know? Like, I get the worst off versions of these games because the Wii U struggled to sell like 15... I don't even think it sold 15 million 15 million consoles. But I bought the Wii U, you know, so yeah, honestly, I don't want to do that again. I already felt dumb enough to buy Mario Kart Deluxe again, but yeah, that was a gift, so
yeah.
Right.
But I mean, then we're gonna play Mario Kart again. It's gonna be on Switch. So what can you do?
Right. But yeah, for me, it's the big thing is like I don't want to buy the same games over and over again, so I got the Switch, a hackable Switch. Like, I'm all for games being released for a new generation. Like, it's cool. I agree with it. It's just, you need to give people a break. So, for example, if you are a PS4 owner and you bought, like, Sekiro, what the hell is it called? The samurai game.
Sekiro?
Yes. Sekiro. And then you got your PS5 and you want to upgrade to PS5 version, you just pay, like, a small fee. I think it was, like, $10 or $20. For example, Final Fantasy VII Retrograde, if you have the PS4 version, you get the PS5 version for free. But Nintendo's not. Bro, like, they don't give a crap about this stuff. Nintendo's like, oh, we can charge you again, and we'll charge you again then. So, that's the only reason.
Nintendo way.
Yeah. Honestly, like, it really irks me. Imagine being a Pokemon fan and buying the same game. It's less of an issue if they remake it. But if it's like one console generation away and they want you to pay full price again, no thank you. Which, by the way, do you guys know Advance Wars is full priced?
Oh.
Like, I get it's pretty old, but there's no way that's a full price game. First of all, it wasn't even worth $79.99. in like 2005. But yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. Star Fox Zero is the only Wii U game left that I want on the Switch. Yeah, I think you're right. I think everything else is released. Like Wonderful 101 was like a pretty good concept game. It's also been released. Maybe Metroid Prime Trilogy. I think that's the only thing lacking. But yeah. So I'm not canceling like my Project Triangle strategy pre-order, for example. Anyways, it's important to distinguish this because content creators get canceled for everything. Can't wait to get canceled for perceived piracy.
We get canceled by someone who gets 2 likes on Twitter for saying, my local streamer did something wrong.
Honestly, it feels so silly, but that's how it actually worked. Oh yeah, and I bought Catherine again, even though I have it on the PS3. So. But then to be fair, Full Body is kind of a new game. It's just majority is still the old game. Which, by the way, I would really like to start these games already. Why is this week so busy? Oh wait, that's because I'm still doing. By the way, I realized today as I was buying the Switch, I apparently got a sale. I apparently sold my I can't believe someone bought this. Like, I'm legitimately surprised someone bought this. I made a listing for a projector that I own. I got it as an Amazon review once upon a time, like in 2017. And I've done nothing with it. And I'm just like, one day it was just like, hey, $0 insertion fees. And I put it up. I was like, I'll finish the description and everything later on. I never did. And in 2022, after all these years, somebody actually bought it. It has no description, it has no picture, it just has a title. Somebody bought it.
Wow, that's risky.
Yeah, I cannot believe somebody actually bought it. But I also didn't get notifications, so I need to like get that stuff together and ship it out to them. But like honestly, it's incredible that someone took that risk.
Or that
I'm also
have that listing.
Yeah, that if you see a listing with no picture, just the title, why would you buy it? But you paid $50 for it, so I'll send it over.
I would never touch that.
Yeah, no way. But
I thought Intel started out as a toy company. Started out as a card company.
It was a card company.
It started out as a card company with Hanafuda back in the 1800s, early 1900s.
I think you'd be lucky to call them. I think you'd be lucky to call them a toy company at that point.
I mean, technically speaking, the NES was marketed as a toy.
Yeah. But the point is just like it's so weird how so companies like change themselves over time.
Evolving markets. I mean, that's what the video game industry became.
Oh man. Eventually ran a love hotel business. You know, that's what the thing I love about Japanese businessmen. They will take any business opportunity. And Japan's very open to these things. It still blows my mind. Like, Japan must be one of the countries in the world that is a first world country, to be clear. I don't want someone to tell me like, oh, Nims, if you go to Africa, like war-torn zones of Congo, you'll find... No, that's not my point. No, but for a modern nation to have like, to be so open yet so closed, it's so weird, right? Like they have like open red light districts. They have like, what is it? Like compensated dating, things like that. That are just like so weird in concept, but they straight up have it.
Did you know that Twitch was initially going to be a reality show?
It's kind of funny that a society like, Japan allows things like prostitution, and yet, in so many ways, they lag behind the developed world when it comes to things like,
Yeah,
like treatment of like people who aren't like really thin and pretty and women and stuff like that.
Actually, I'm not so sure about that one. You know, in Japan, there's an entire thing about like if you have crooked teeth, it's actually considered attractive. It's really weird to me.
Well, I meant specifically like differences in weight between like people who look like tall or overweight and stuff like that.
Well, it's also hard to be fat in Japan. So.
Yes.
All right, but crap, what was I talking about? Wait, why did I get more? I restored my dueling crest for some reason. I meant to get stamina potions. What the? All right.
I'll cut my own path.
Oh wait, this is the wrong team. Oh well.
That's a lot of stamina potions.
I have a decent number now.
I have like 200. I used to have like 300, well over 300, and then I started grinding hero merit. Now I only have like 240, I think.
I just steadily use a lot of them for like, what's it now? I like to do, Forging Bonds early, and then top 3k and Tempest Trials early.
What you guys talking about?
Stamina. And how Nims is 1k stamina potions, and I don't have 200.
Oh yeah.
I don't even know how to end with 2k.
Come on.
Doesn't even make sense to me anymore. But there's so much resources nowadays.
Yeah. I mean, I'm starting to climb back up, at least in dueling crests. I'm almost up at 300 from 50 last year. Finally. But, yeah,
I'm going to be saving a few this week because Arena is just impossible to stay in for me this week.
I'm not even... I'd never try that. Even if I could theoretically stay in, I'll probably never try that again.
I didn't take Arena seriously for a while, so I have like over 600 dueling crests. So I'm doing pretty well there.
No, you're not.
What? How is over 600 dueling crests not good?
600's fine.
It's hilarious to me. It's like, hey, I just lost out on this great investment opportunity, but I guess I still have the money. You know what I mean?
What? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that at least I still have, you know, something to show for all those.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. I'm just saying it's such a silly thing how people like justify these things. Because it's supposed to be used, is the point.
I mean, I did Arena. I still did Arena and got the orbs on that.
Oh crap. Oh wait, the thing I was going to talk about. Yeah, Japan has an open like red light district, yet their like pornography has to be censored. Like it's just so weird to me. Like how do you combine all these things, right? Like it's such an open country in terms of like what society accepts. For example,
No matter what.
definitely you would not treat like a porn star, for example, as a celebrity in the West. As much of a celebrity in the West. Depends on the person, but generally speaking, not.
Come on.
Yet in Japan, you could, yet they would close their borders off to like just about everybody, right? Like it's not necessarily just about everybody, but it's really interesting in the respect that if you're not working in Japan, you're not allowed to stay. You're not actually a citizen. It's very hard to become a citizen.
So I hear.
That's why it's like such a weird country to me, like to be so open yet so closed.
Society can be very contradictory in certain ways.
Don't try it. Flee.
I wonder how many people appreciate these random midnight musings.
No matter what.
Sure.
What's next? I should. What must resist?
Well, most of the people who wanted to just be here for the trailer reaction and stuff are gone. So.
Well, yeah, I do want to. I've said it a couple of times, but yeah, going forward, things are going to be quite a bit different. Gonna do more, be more open to trying things out. I mean, it should be obvious considering we freaking played Roblox yesterday.
Was that your first time ever playing it?
Yeah, it was.
As a seasoned Roblox veteran, it is very different these days.
I've never played that.
I played that I've played on that platform for years. Probably, I think since I was in like the 4th grade.
You want to know the biggest thing for me? I think after playing Roblox, I'm willing to invest in Roblox.
Oh no.
Because now I understand how they make money. Before I was just like, how the fuck does Roblox make money? Why would anyone buy this stock? Why is it so profitable? Now I understand.
Yeah, that monetization on that platform is insane. Like, it is absolutely insane how much money they can generate off that. Especially with their... And it's just been growing rapidly over time. Like, it was pretty small when I jumped on it, and now it's, like, one of the most profitable online games at this point.
I still don't care.
Because if you think about it, we had like legendary gaming sites like Club Penguin closed down.
Pop
They never.
Tropica, I remember that. Well, it's
They
still
never-
around, I think. But
Wait, is it okay? Well, the point is like most of these
No, Club
companies never
Penguin's
figure.
down, but-
Yeah, no, I know. My point is most of these companies do not figure out how to become like profitable, how to make money, and then to see like to see
short term, anyways.
wait, oh
Like-
well, both short and long term.
Yeah, like, they last for a while, but they tend to kind of capitalize on where gaming, for example, was at that time, with, like, Flash games and whatnot. Rather than...
Membership.
Yeah, rather than taking the next step, and of course, like you said, monetization. They don't always take those big leaps that actually get them through the door.
Right.
Long term.
Which, by the way, if I actually do invest in if I actually do invest.
that sentence, that very sentence, is not a
Investing
fun
in
one.
Roblox.
If I actually do invest in Roblox, I'm gonna say that collab was absolutely worth. I think it was worth it anyways, because just playing with Impulsor and Dolnar was a lot of fun. But from the respect of like, if I actually invest money into it, it's absolutely worth it.
Come on.
Dear
It was eye opening though, so there you go.
I'll definitely say it is not what it was 5 years ago, even 10 years ago, 15.
Let's see you dodge this.
I can't even. I'll be totally honest. I still play it every once in a while, but guilty as charged. and yet
Confessions of a Legion.
I only go to the ones that I used to because the new stuff, I just don't feel like it. It is such a different climate. But the nice thing is, it's got so many subcultures to it. That's the one thing I like.
The subculture that I know in Roblox is just the meme culture.
Oh, by the way, we were also the largest Roblox streamer when we were streaming.
That does and does not surprise me simultaneously.
Yeah,
Is Roblox
I was
like
so
a YouTube
surprised.
thing mainly?
I think it's mainly a YouTube
It's
thing.
YouTube Andy. It's kind of like Minecraft, yeah.
Roblox has existed since. Let me double check.
What, 2014 or something?
No, it is not that young. 2006.
Oh, that's right. It's actually been around for a long time. It's just, I think that it started to get popular.
Yeah, back in the day, it was like, it was literally just, you had a very simple set of tools and you could make simple games. It was very rudimentary, but it was classic. And then it kept iterating over time until eventually you could start like programming your own games with some level of depth to it. It just kept building on top of itself until it kind of self-perpetuated into this huge game development engine. But yeah, it really only took off in like the past 6 years. When it, especially with monetization, it's really, it's drastically different from what it was back in the early 2000s.
No matter what.
But,
Come on.
Or
yeah.
late 2000s in that case, but yeah.
Well, yeah, late 2000s flat, but yeah, it's as old as YouTube, basically.
That's funny.
I should.
Yeah.
Well, YouTube was, what, 2005, right?
I wanna
Me
say-
at the Zoo was 2005, I think.
I think me and, yeah, it was 2005.
Mhm.
So, just a little bit after that, but that gives you an idea of how formative internet gaming in general
No
was at
matter
the time.
what.
Right,
2006 is still like Flash era, for example.
Yeah, that's still
And I
pretty
think
far back.
I couldn't tell you what it was like that, well, at that time because I wasn't playing it. But if I remember correctly, it was on browser for a little bit too. That's how rudimentary it used to be.
If I have a question
would've been
about which
playing at that
build to use on unit, where do I ask on Discord? Rate my build? You can do rate my build, but honestly, you can just put in tactics room as well.
Yeah, or you can just
Okay,
put them,
lounge.
or you can ask in lounge and then we'll redirect.
The problem with lounge is with the. I've seen so many people ask legitimate questions in lounge, and people just talk about random shit past it.
Yeah.
Listen, I get there's people there, but you shouldn't assume they're gonna stop everything they're doing to answer your questions. That's why I would honestly recommend tactics room, because it'll be left there, and people who actually care will check it out. But yeah, I feel bad for the newer people who joined the server and they're just like, no one's helping with anything. Well, yeah, you're in the wrong. You're not asking the right room.
You're talking to Glaive and Bale, and they're saying, "Oh, you know, you're not on clean shit right now. You don't have enough nail care in you.
You don't support Taylor."
Yeah,
Honestly,
that's
you should not let lounge behavior influence what you believe that the server to be. Because I'll be honest, it's
I'm exclusively there, but don't.
it is a wide variety of shit that goes on there.
It is called a lounge for a reason. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, there's some
Right.
occasional wholesome and fun stuff, but there's also a lot of just, you know, unfortunate people and mishaps that occur there.
Yeah, it's pretty like a lot happens there, across the spectrum of our community. So, if you want to ask there and see if anybody if you need help, you just ask there, and then somebody will probably follow you over to the other room. Because most people, at least I know for example, I don't check tactics room much, but if you have a question, for example, I could just go over there and answer it. But yeah, you will not, depending, especially on the time of day, you will probably not get a productive answer out of Fate Lounge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's just how it is.
Of course.
Nim's lounge is funny cringe to me. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That is a good question.
Who's saying that? I can't see
Jonathan.
their username.
Jonathan.
Oh, the mod. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Jonathan, you're among the worst mods. My god, this man doesn't even bother getting his stupid role. Like, he has his role, but he just looks like a random user, even though he's a friggin' mod on my streams. You'll never know, he just looks like any other person. What a weirdo. You look like you're new to the stupid server, by the way.
Oh,
Especially
Midori just
I'm
kills
not
me.
entirely sure who you are in the server.
Yeah, I have no idea. What Jonathan is.
He's Johnny. If you've ever seen Johnny with Patrick Star, that's Jonathan.
Oh, that's him.
See, that's what I mean. Here's your coworker. Evan's a mod. He doesn't even know who you are.
I didn't think they were new, but I didn't know that they were like a mod.
This is what I mean. You're friggin' terrible. You're like undercover boss, except you're not a boss. You're just undercover for no reason.
Undercover mod.
All I know is that they have a date soon.
A date? What do you mean? Like,
with someone.
With somebody.
Oh, nice.
Dude, this is what I mean. It's not even like you're not even there. You're there. You just don't take part in like the proper etiquettes.
Man.
Yeah.
Sounds like Colm to me. Colm mod.
Yeah. Who?
Huh.
Exactly.
What mod? Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know you. Very well. I still actually have no idea.
If you're a YouTube mod, you still get a role that identifies you as a mod So
Yeah.
Like Jonathan.
all right, let me do some Genshin stuff.
I assume Chiku is a better mod.
Gmo stuff?
Oh.
Do any what? Oh fuck! Thank you for reminding me. My god, I knew I was forgetting some. You want to know how fucked up it is? Yesterday, after we did everything and I was doing the collab, I was like, I feel like I'm forgetting something. And after the stream, I was like, I feel like I'm forgetting something. And then in the morning, I'm like, I feel like I'm forgetting something. And then by the afternoon, I finally realized what it was and messaged Gmail. Like, I forgot again.
And you said before the other refines, you were like, okay, I'm definitely not going to forget Gmos this time. I checked the
Definitely
log, and I
not.
was like,
Definitely not.
oh.
And there we go.
I literally said that to him
Mission
today as
accomplished.
well. Let me show you guys. Oh my god, it's so bad.
Mission failed successfully.
By the way, I only slept 3 hours yesterday, chat. I don't have no idea why. All right, this is what I'm saying. Because I was like, I messaged him at 6:33 p.m. That's not even afternoon. I said, oh fuck, I did it again. LMAO. Gmo instantly knew what I meant. He says, don't worry about it, Nims. And I told him it was bothering me all night yesterday and today. I knew I forgot something. It's like, seriously, man, don't worry about it. You got it next month. I said, I'll check it out tonight. I'll check it out tonight. It doesn't come out till tomorrow anyways. It says, if you're sure, thanks, man. And I very clearly say, now watch me somehow forget again.
The ultimate Kappa. Or wait, the ultimate...
Okay, now I know who you are, Jonathan. Kind of. You're... Oh yeah, you're that Patrick. Sorry.
Alright, let's check this out. Thanks for reminding me. Oh my god, it's so... Oh wait, no, it's not tiny.
I was about to say, I hope not.
That's what she said.
This how I will be remembered love.
You'll be remembered as the guy I keep forgetting. That's terrible.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Alright, not quite how we usually do it, but the simple reason is if we do 3 people at once, the video will be like way too long, no one will ever watch it.
Evan, how did you feel if everyone ignored you when in lounge you said something like, y'all are worse than me. I don't know why y'all are trying to act so much better.
Why would I imagine a situation that would never happen?
You've been ignored plenty of times. It's just you don't usually get ignored because you're a mod. And
Exactly, because everyone wants to know what I say.
Actually, some of you guys might not have been around, but Evan, when he first joined the server, was very different. What a brat you were, Evan.
I don't even know.
You don't even know? Apparently, some people have kept the screenshots. I'm pretty sure Legion has some. And the other person that I was told has screenshots of like Evan being a brat was like
I
Dig'em.
probably have some.
Yeah, but
yeah,
it's
obsessed with me.
Right. Well, I don't know about that. Anyways, the funny thing is just like, man, you get to see people really change. But yeah, Evan got ignored a lot. I mean, the stupid opinions got ignored. Otherwise, people pretty much, because he was bratty, you would notice Evan.
Well, Evan has turned into a bit of like a Glaive side grade, you could say, in his time.
That's scary, because I made Evan a mod, and I consider Glaive very, very far away from mod material.
Yeah. Well, the difference is Evan doesn't like provoke people in quite the same way. He just says a lot of this like similar things. So
that's true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys saw Johnny, right? Like, doesn't he look like some random person, and you click him and it says, roll cool stream peeps?
Anyway, I'm heading out now because it's been a long day for me.
Alright, good night, Evan.
Okay.
Good night.
But yeah, guys, I
seriously
seriously...
KPB this time. Eugene.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, you said Evan, so I kind of echoed.
Okay. He's been promoted to Evan.
He's been promoted to an actual person.
He's not a kingpin bell anymore.
Yeah, at least you know what it means.
Okay, for some reason, I have sleeping problems. I went to bed at like around 6 a.m. and I was pretty tired, and then I woke up at 9. I was so confused, and I couldn't go back to sleep either. But yeah, that's why today probably don't have good memory, because when you don't sleep well, you usually don't have good memory for the day.
Yep.
This is true.
That is extremely true.
Alright, well, here is Gmo. At last, I didn't forget completely.
Legion helped with that.
Never mind the fact we're doing the day of it's gonna potentially release, but like, hey.
Yeah.
What were my predictions? So I'll just go by them pretty quickly. Legendary Heroes first, I always like that. I mean, you just went with the big business immediately. Effect against flying foes for Thone, speed +3, same effects as before. If unit initiates combat or foes uses sword, lance, axe, dragon sword, or beast damage. I don't think they're keeping that. I don't think they're keeping that, man.
I don't think so. I mean, they might have a condition for that somewhere, but I don't think it could be in the base.
But hey,
I think...
at least it's always in player phase, so...
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that is a good point, because that means if you're enemy facing against melee units, you're getting all stats +5. Which I guess is fair. As a
And
but
I have no follow-up.
They did that before because at that time they thought giving that many stats away without like a real true condition was unfair. But in the current meta, that's not even anything at all because everyone's like just has it basically no matter what. When you have conditions like over 25% HP or unit initiates combat, you know, it's like okay, why is it even a condition? It's almost never not going to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, put it this way, when Eliwood came out, Brave, and he literally got 4 stats all just for initiating, we thought that was big. That's where the meta used to be.
No. It's a different world entirely. Additionally, during combat, neutralize effects that prevent units' follow-up attacks, so partial null fault. At this point, I think it's fair she just has full null fault. Gotta remember, I think she's a legendary hero, so I think...
So, especially for the base, and for the fact that it is Lucina, partial no follow-up still could make sense. And a lot of units still get partial no follow-up despite being, you know, insane units.
I know. I mean, I know it makes sense. It's just, in her case, I think she deserves it for 2 reasons. I think she was the most popular legendary hero at one point.
Yeah.
Obviously not anymore. But back then, I think the biggest one was, in terms of plus 10s, it was Lucina, and then the other one was like Azura. But yeah, like legendary heroes, there wasn't a lot of like super notable ones, and I think a lot of people made Ikes. But yeah, I think those were like the big ones back in the early years. Okay, if you initiates combat within 2 spaces of an ally, deals damage equals 15% of unit speed and grants attack speed plus 5 to unit during combat, and also if foes HP is over 50% at start of combat, neutralizes the penalties to units attack speed and bonuses to foes attack speed during combat. So this is really interesting, but the problem with this is that even with the Swiss Rail 3, even with potentially plus 8 to all stats, well in this case it's plus 10 to attack and speed, she's only capping at around 55 speed at base, which, yeah, I mean, you would think that's really good until you realize heroes being released right now, the fast ones are like 60 plus speed at base. Just
like
absurd.
Joshua, for example, can get, some insane speed on him. I'm sure he's going to have low 40s in speed, like he'll have 42, 43 base speed.
Yeah.
And his kit gives him 7 from his... from Life and Death 4, he gets 6 from his weapon, and they can't buff for their speed. So he effectively gets like 13 on that. He's hitting above 55 for sure. So
yeah. So I get that she's getting Swiss Rail 3, but yeah, it's cool to do a bit more damage based on speed. But she's actually not a unit that actually will have enough speed to like make great usage of that.
Legendary Lyn already does that though, and she's not exactly slower. In fact, I think Lucina's faster than Legendary Lyn.
Okay, well, I'll be honest. I think she should be better than Lyn. Lyn became really, really good, but considering she went from like literally nothing to something, I was already happy about that. Lucina went from like best archer in the game to not even archer realistically deployed anymore. So I hope she gets something.
I still see a lot of spendthrifts running around.
I actually see him fairly often, not that often, but sometimes in like arena or whatnot.
Okay, well that's sure. But yeah, she was extremely popular in usage and it really dropped down. All right, anyways, the point is like, okay, I think this is fair enough. You do add additionally 10 attacks, 10 speed, a bunch of extra defense, bunch of extra res. You fix her damage output issue with the speed utilization. And of course, penalties are gone, so that helps a lot. So yeah, it's fair. But the problem is nowadays, you can't be fair. Like these units, this is their one shot, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like I do not expect the secondary refine. So if you do not... Like, if they seem really good nowadays, that has to be the case, because within a year, really good is just going to turn into good enough, you know?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It really...
Well, actually, good nowadays has a better ceiling, I would argue, than it used to.
I feel like nowadays, the creep is at a point where I feel like if you're good now, you'll probably be good for quite a while. But, yeah, I can't argue that this is a very... I don't know.
It's hard to say stuff about this because I feel like we're hitting the exponential point on power creep, where it's like everybody's becoming very good on specific things, yet we somehow still power creep them, right? It's like the Ashe versus Dagger scenario, which isn't a direct power creep, but in effect, you probably have a better unit for in general with Ashe, for example. It just comes out of nowhere, where units that you don't believe can be invalidated suddenly got invalidated. It's not truly invalidated, they're still useful, it's just like, but if you had the choice, why would you do it?
Or something that's got a little bit, like, of course, Ashe isn't quite the same as Dagger, but her she has a different effect, but it kind of
And when
overrides
everyone's dead,
Dogger's
ha,
Lucian
ha,
in a
ha, ha,
sense because
no
of
one will be.
Because Dogger is an offense.
yeah, and it's
If
more
they were
universally
defensive,
useful.
it wouldn't be the same. Yeah.
Well, that too.
All right. But the point is, like, I think she should be better. Like, if I were building something for Lucina and I was IS, I would make sure she's better than Colm right now. Because that's...
It wouldn't
Because if
last,
she's...
though.
It wouldn't last, is the big
It
point.
would last for a bit, at least.
It would last for a bit, but that's the point. I think these power creeps need to... Or, sorry, these refines need to give them that time in the sun again. Because, I mean, it's been a long time since Lucina really was notable.
I don't think that it's going to be much better than this, though. I'll be perfectly
Right.
honest.
I
think
don't.
it'll still be quite solid, though. Like, I would be very surprised if they did anything less than something that's, like, severely is
What-
not the right word, but
What I want from
significantly
her
improves her.
is what Shamil did. She gets Kanto. Something, like, very,
Yeah,
very
It
unique.
would be pretty unique, yeah.
Yeah, if
Future
she gets
Vision X Kanto?
perhaps.
What, the only infantry units with Kanto so far are Fallen Dimitri and Yuri, right?
Right. But
Uh,
she would make better usage of it. She's essentially like a Yuri in the respect of, like, Kanto with foul play.
with
Except
range,
not as good.
yeah.
But has debuff. So it's very interesting, but I think that's the kind of stuff that would set her apart for the long term. Because if you go to Erica, her new B slot that brings Kanto in, and with it being as dangerous as it was before, I think a lot of you guys are predicting this correctly, that she's going to get something related to special cooldown charge. And if she does, this is what's going to make her
I mean, her base
usable.
Her base already has special charge. That's part of it.
Yeah, it's got a blade effect.
Right, but easier. I
Yeah.
really hope she doesn't get, like, denied specials. Like, if they just have guarded, she's shut down. I don't want that. I want her to, like, just straight up get through guards.
That would be the best case scenario. I can't say I truly expect that because that might have already been, that would have probably been on the B slot, given how Solar Brace is, but we'll see.
But Solar Brace is already doing a lot. By giving it Kanto, I think they were kind of hindered on putting too much more there.
Well,
They
Solar
wanted
Brace,
to make the other effects.
they both have the
but
same number of
just right.
effects. Solar Brace. Where am I going with this? Has Kanto healing and then Null Guard, whereas we
No
got
special,
follow-up.
yeah.
Well, yeah, no, it's just Null Guard. It doesn't have the other half.
Oh, I guess you're right, yeah.
Yeah, whereas Lunar Brace is no follow-up damage and Kanto, so they both have equal effects. It's just which kind of null. And that's the kind of thing I'm kind of seeing with Erica, is I don't expect her to have the null that Lunar Brace has because they're parallels. And thus,
Okay.
I don't think the weapon will also have what Solar Brace has. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, I don't think the weapons should be matched up because you're going from a unit with speed to a unit without speed. A well min-max unit to a unit that's more
not at
offensively
all.
skewed.
Not at all. I'm just saying I don't expect Erica to take effects that Ephraim has, besides...
Okay, yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah.
All right.
Depending-
Anyways,
Yeah, without even reading the refined prediction here, all I expect is like damage reduction. That's what I'm thinking, Erica.
yeah, I mean, I think that's what Greed said as well, and I agree with it because if you do not improve her defensive stats at all, and she cannot remove, like if you give her Nullfall, for example, she can't remove her Solar Brace. It wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't. The unit would be heavily flawed. So yes, expecting damage reduction is the correct thing.
Yeah. That would be the best case scenario. Turn her into a basically like legendary Yoma.
You know, the funny thing is, I'm looking forward to becoming basically Brave Erica without the effectiveness.
It won't get to that point just because Brave Erica is outright nuclear with her specials, depending on what you're running. But I think that she'll be a more consistent Book 3 below meta version of Brave Erica. That's what I'm expecting.
I'm basically looking at it the same way as like how they did Brave Marth versus Legendary Marth, and that they somehow shared so many similarities after everything was said and done.
Yep, and yet still manage to have enough differences where they're at least distinct from each other. If not, one could be argued as better than the other.
Okay, anyways, the description is all stats +4, special charge +1 unit per attack during combat. She needs that. As start combat, foes' HP is over 50%, grants attack speed +5 unit during combat, reduces percentage of foes reduced damage by X percentage skills by 50%. Oh, that's interesting.
That's a bold one.
Duo leaf effect.
most damage output, most damage reduction nowadays is still based on speed, and she has a lot of speed. So it's more for future proofing, I guess, because in terms of like Dragon Ball, Dragon's Wrath,
Or like stuff or
Dimitri, Nemesis, like it's a small pool of heroes outside of speed damage reduction.
Yeah, I mean, there's things like Flame, Gustav, some pretty relevant
that's
stuff,
true.
But yeah, it's the speed damage reduction is the one thing she won't have to worry about, regardless.
And also, if unit initiates combat during combat, if unit initiates combat during combat, neutralize effects that grant special cooldown charge plus X to foe, and effects that inflict special cooldown charge minus X on unit. So yeah, null, guard. I think that's fair.
No special, yeah.
Well,
Null special, sorry. Yeah.
Like I said, I don't expect that because that would overlap too much with Ephraim. I'm not saying it can't happen, I'm just not expecting it. That said, the fact of having the foe's damage reduction, I think is pretty interesting. I like that prospect. Not sure she'll get it, but I think that would actually be pretty valuable. Huh.
If she does have null specials, I think she'll be fine. But I really do think she needs damage reduction. I think she'll become like a one-hit wonder kind of thing. Just go in, get the kill, and move out. Now, the funny thing is, if they do not give her damage reduction, the idea instantly is to kill Brave Erica for her, so you can get the Surge Sparrow, which would be hilariously bad. The way to complete your heroes to kill your other self. Ugh.
It would work, and if you're using, well, you would have to run the dual cap, but you could use your arena, and Menace helps with that, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll just say right now, I'm praying for damage reduction, probably over some of the effects on that refined prediction, because I think that's one thing she really does need to be meta relevant and not die.
She needs it to stay alive. She needs to take one hit from someone, like in instant special. Even without damage reduction, obviously she's gonna crumple. But with even with damage reduction, she would struggle like 30-40%. She would struggle to take it. So just getting that will be really helpful. So she can sometimes, with proper investment, tank a really powerful counterattack, which is becoming very common.
I think you gotta check that like instant Vector bonfire or instant full Avar bonfire. Like you gotta survive that.
Yeah, or like an Arden that wouldn't really work. But
well, that's
Arden hits too many times. I don't think it works.
Yeah, that one's a different argument altogether because it's first hit most likely. But like specifically, think about it this way: Lunar Brace is designed with the whole purpose that you get to double. You need to hit twice to get the full effect of it, and it has no follow-up to achieve that. If you can't get to the follow-up, you're probably gonna die, and you're not gonna get the full effect of your weapon, your beast slot rather. So what's the point? That's the way I see it. It's like she's setting her remix is basically setting her up to actually make use of the follow-up effect. So I expect damage reduction, especially considering that for some reason Storm Siglin's base only grants bulk. Don't entirely understand.
Defense and res.
Yeah.
For some reason,
And then she has odd defense wave. So
or what that's
she was always a goofy character.
Very goofy. But because of that, I'm expecting something bulk related. That's my expectation.
Alright, anyways, about Myrrh, Spirit Breath, defense +3, if units defense or foes defense grants attack defense res +40 unit during combat, unit makes a guaranteed follow attack. Alright, that's better, because you got rid of like the criteria to just 1 point. I agree with that. Some extra stats, I agree with that.
It used to be 5 points, actually.
Yeah, it was 5. And you have to initiate.
Yeah, I never understood why they did. Okay, anyways, the entire point, at the time it was fair, but the point is, I really like this nowadays because it's on both attacks. Because I don't think a lot of people realize this, but she's actually a secretly good Dragon Ball user, especially if you're going to add some res to her. So I like the fact that you can drop the Vengeful for Dragon Ball. So
put it this way, Myrrh was the reason why she won in Fight and Vote back in 2019 is because she was one of the best units. Her bulk was insane.
Yeah, one of the best dual phase units for some reason.
Contextualize, in 2018 she had 40 defense and 32 res. That's still good.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that was with her A slot, right?
No,
that's not without. That's without her A slot.
Oh, without her A slot.
Yeah, Myrrh had 40 defense in 2018. So
I'm gonna release that video, Bird Jesus.
Yeah. she is legitimately a great unit, stat-wise. So if we can actually extend that to the weapon, easy, great unit. And I think that base already does enough for it.
Yeah. But additionally, SR combat foes HP 75% or bonuses active on unit grants attack defense res plus 5 to unit during combat. This will get her to 41 res base, which is incredible. And also foe initiates combat, reduces damage from foe's first attack by 30% during combat, and Dragon Wrath. So I like that as well. It improves her damage output. Yeah, the funny thing is, like, she has the potential to basically pull a legendary Tiki, which is to become a top tier savior unit out of nowhere practically. Now she's not gonna get savior, but it's still gonna be that kind of scenario.
Yeah, like it literally is just can Spirit Breath do it, because it's Myr. We have a precedence already. One Myr has damage reduction flat, the other Myr has Wary Fighter for a very low condition. This one kind of does both, and honestly, even if the Refine just does one or the other, he's gonna be a top tier savior. Like,
So Legion, what would you prefer most for a set like you, who has like a +1 Myr with a savior build? Who wants to
I
tank?
would prefer the Wary effect, because then you run Dragon Wall, and well, especially for follow-up is extended to both phases, which would be somewhat hard to expect since he becomes a vengeful fighter, but also there might be the anticipation that you remove it. I would personally say if she could deny the foe's follow-up and guarantee her follow-up in both phases, that'd be perfect. You just slap Dragon Wall on her, and she becomes a very hard-to-kill savior, regardless of if you're going far save with distant counter, or near save with, like, Sturdy Stance 3 or something. Be very consistent. So, if this is the Refine that has both, perfect. This would be an amazing tank. And it doesn't even fully ditch her player face capabilities either, which I quite like.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, given how many people, I know a good number of people have formed Halloween Myr, and a lot of people plus Tendor back in the day. All I can say is I'm praying for that Refine, because I know a lot of people are hinging on it.
Yeah.
And as are you.
Yes, I am very much hinging on it.
All right, let's see. Draconic Rage. It was weird because they got split apart. They got split apart. In terms of the update page itself, Draconic Rage was listed twice, I believe, which gave some people like indication that it possibly may in fact be two different refines. But most people put it together, so I don't know.
I doubt it.
I think it might be mostly because they're two different colors.
I think that's most likely, yeah.
So, I expect them to share the Refine.
As do I.
Alright. Either way, the point is, it's probably not going to happen. Anyway, so she has Slaying, SR Combat, or he or she. If foes HPs are 75% or units within 3 space of an ally, grants attack speed plus 5 to unit during combat. Yeah, they got rid of like these criterias of like outnumbered or more allies, or I think it's more allies, but
more
honestly,
these are... Get rid of that.
They're kind of dumb nowadays, so yeah, just put it within 3 spaces of an ally. It's good enough. If both conditions are met, inflicts attack speed -5 on foe and neutralize units and penalties that inflict special equivalent charge -X on unit during combat. That's really interesting because it does make her a dual phase unit, but she's tethered to being near an ally.
Yep.
But the 3 spaces is really lenient.
It's lenient.
I mean,
is the
you
thing.
could also just be against a weaker, full health foe, realistically. But yeah, not too bad. I think that's very stacked for a base. Not sure if I could expect all that, but if that were the case, I wouldn't be too surprised. Huh. Wow.
All right. Additionally, at start combat, units HPs over 25% grants attack speed, defense, res plus 40 during combat. You know, funny enough, just stacking stats on them is really good because they're the first 170 BST infantry unit, and they can have all dragon flowers. So
170
if you,
BST?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think 167.
That feels so low nowadays. Like
they were the first infantry to reach that bin.
I mean, translates to 185 nowadays.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, it just brings me back to think that, like, you know, even a unit as old as like Gangrel still hits 170.
Well,
drastically.
So.
Legion's favorite argument is to put 20 dragon flowers on them, so I guess it makes it up.
It is. If you're making a project out of somebody, those dragon flowers have to come eventually.
I don't even have 20 dragon flowers on my male core, and I've been trying.
I have 20 dragon flowers on multiple units.
Oh my god. Anyways, if unit speed is over foe speed, it reduces damage. Okay, so speed damage reduction. I think that's pretty interesting. That would make this a, because that's one thing they lack. They have the attack, they have the speed, or to a certain degree, it's not great. They're Gen 1 units. Gen 1.5, I think. Whatever the heck you want to call it.
They're Gen 2.
2.5? I don't know. Anyways.
2.5, yeah.
The entire point is to have this would solidify them entirely. You have speed damage reduction with so much speed, attack speed augmentation, to have the ability to really use the slaying ability really well, and then to have the damage reduction. That's basically all they can do. That is basically everything that the unit is like meant for, updated and used properly. So I agree with this. That's basically what I'm looking towards. More stats, ability to use specials better, and then some kind of damage reduction.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know what to expect of them, other than more stats, because honestly, just stat stacking them in general is going to probably be fine, since they have slaying breaths. But if they get something similar to this, especially like the damage reduction, I think that could really solidify their niche as some of the best generalist dragons. Like, they're, no matter what, they're poised to be good. Like, really good. It's just a matter of which direction they take them in. And if this is the way it goes, totally fine. And perfectly synergetic with male corns, no follow-up, which I quite like.
Alright, the two free-to-play heroes, good luck, is all I can say.
Yep.
Silas is against armor foes. I think multiple people have predicted that. I think he needs something like that.
That's because his base weapon is Slaying Spear.
Yeah, he comes with it.
Okay. But honestly, he needs it because I'll tell you right now, Matilda got slaying. Or no, not Matilda.
Clive had.
Clive got slaying. No one cared. Yeah, no one cared.
No, but
he can still technically kill Fallen Edelgard with a little bit of investment. But yeah,
he's a Grail unit that doesn't deserve the Grails.
Yes.
So the entire point is, yeah, it's not enough is the point. But it's nice to have. It does give him a specialty ability.
Yep.
Anyways, more attack and defense basically guaranteed if finishes combat or foe's HP is 75% to start combat. This guy has no speed, so yeah, to give him an option to use it offensively helps. So he can probably like finish something off, but more so use defensively.
Yeah.
Yeah. If foe initiates combat or you, right. Or unit is within 2 spaces of an ally, inflicts attack -5 on foe during combat. Also, if unit is within 2 spaces of support partner, that's interesting. It's gonna be built off the idea of him being like Horn's boy toy.
Well, and also it's based on his skill in Fates, which is called Vow of Friendship, I believe, and it's that's if Corrin is anyone on the map with half HP or less, he deals 3 extra damage and takes 3 less damage. So.
Yeah.
Listen, he can call it friendship if he wants, but it's not friendship. You don't do this.
He has a bit of a thing for Corrin, yes.
Yes. I remember meeting Silas and being so confused, like, I don't think we're just friends for this guy. That's all I thought.
You forgot that you were friends with him, and he still sees you as he remembers your favorite meal and all of that. And you have a different favorite meal in every room, which I always found is hilarious.
That's the thing. Like, you don't remember that much stuff and just like, we're just friends. No, it's not how it works. Ugh. Anyways, inflicts an additional attack units -5 on foe during combat. Foe cannot make a follow-up attack. I think that makes him pretty serviceable. To be honest, they have to go pretty nutty here because this will make him like a defensive armor slayer, which is fine, which is good.
Yeah.
Because honestly, we don't have good defensive calves. I think Berkut and Xana are the best ones in terms of free to play.
Wallheart.
And now Wallheart. You're right.
Yes, although he's kind of offensive in nature, I'd say.
Well, yeah, but let's be honest, he's everything.
Yeah, he kind of is a generalist now. But I would say I like this refine, but I've noticed I was going through refines and kind of free units and demoted units in general, and follow up influencing is actually quite rare for units. I mean, of course, Xander got it, so it's it's possible. Like the Death Knight has it as base weapon. Sealed Falchion has it, but besides that, it's quite rare. So
I'm not even sure if it's a positive effect, because you do want to get hit more in a lot of situations to get that bonfire off. And if your defense is so high, it shouldn't really matter. It's only
and
matters
if you have a stance 3 skill, it basically won't matter. Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I mean, there is I guess like the idea that maybe you have like courtly effect where you reduce your first hit by 50% instead. That could potentially work.
Yeah.
But there is still value to not getting doubled in the first place, because while you're not as offensive at that point, trust me, there are some units that it doesn't matter how offensive you are against, you're gonna die if you don't have the bulk. So you might as well double down.
That's true. Yeah.
That's the way I see it, at least. So, especially if a support effect is what's required to make follow-up manipulation happen, I think it's pretty reasonable. And it definitely would put Silas in a decent place.
The question mark here is whether he needs a support partner or not, because for a free-to-play unit like him, it's pretty restricting, so.
Yeah, I kind of expect it, though. I mean, the one thing on the bright side, especially if, for example, you want to use them in duels, supports do work there. So there is that new boon to look at.
I do understand that, but you gotta remember Matilda tried that shit and it didn't work out.
Well, Matilda was an older find that just gave, like, what, 4 to all stats if she... 3 to all stats if she was within 2 spaces of her support partner.
It's joint and it's a calf. I mean, it's not bad.
It's 3 to all stats in slaying is just, you know, by today's standards, awful.
It's not much.
I just thought it was stupid back then.
That refine is on the older side too now, but
well, that's the point I'm making. Yeah.
Like people do use Matilda to great effect.
Very occasionally.
Yeah.
I don't know which people you've seen, but all right.
I have very, very rarely seen Matilda.
I don't even remember Matilda's. Anyways, let's move on to Kanas. Good for him. If units within 3 spaces of an ally grants attack speed, defense plus X to unit during combat, hooray. And also if the number of allies within 3 spaces is greater than 2, neutralize foes bonuses during combat.
I would take that.
I would take anything.
It's building on his owl tome, at least.
Yeah, I mean...
in a much better way.
If that's actually the case, I would probably say it's actually a pretty good base. All plus 6 on a relatively easy all plus 6 compared to Owl Tome and dull would actually be pretty good.
It's kind of realistic too, I'd say.
Yep, I agree.
All right, if foe initiates combat or foes HPs are 75% at start combat, inflicts attack res -5 and special cooldown charge -1 on foe per attack during combat, and also if units within 3 spaces of an ally grants attack res +5 to unit during combat, and during combat disables skills of all foes including foe in combat. Why are people like predicting the Brymund effect?
People like doing it, I think. Yeah, and well, I think also because it's just kind of fun to think of like a unit like oh, you know, Legendary Lyn got it, so therefore like it's, you know, a unit who needs that. Yeah, anybody can technically get it, and it's like a generalist effect that like would like help against supportive units. It's I still don't think it's that realistic though. I think Legendary Lyn getting it was just kind of like a reference. Like I don't think it was a.
I think the Legendary Lyn thing, the connection was with Brymund, but like even then I was like really questioning it.
I mean, I guess to a certain degree, it's that you, and you also can't help counterattacking Lyn.
Actually, he cut off.
What?
No, I heard him. He said, it's. I think Legion said that the idea was. Wait, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wait,
okay. It paused for like a brief moment. All right.
Oh, that's weird.
Okay. No, Legion was basically just saying the idea. He thinks the idea with Lyn was that you can't counterattack and you can't support her, or you can't support allies who, you know, can't counterattack. So.
Yeah, kind of. It's a weird situation. I'm not too certain about. But just because Lyn gets it, and just because we have feud skills, doesn't mean I expect Impenetrable Dark.
Right.
Just saying. Also, the fact that he literally gets Impenetrable Dark for having 1 ally within 3 spaces, not so sure about that. I know that there's also the other condition of foe initiating or being healthy, but I really don't expect that.
Listen, I'm just gonna say good for him, because I'll still build that Julius instead. There you go.
Honest could do something, but I will probably. When this ends up being really good, I'm gonna build Julius because I just like him more. That's the way I look at it.
What?
Canis is voiced by.
I thought you like Canis because isn't he part of the?
Huh? Part of what?
Oh no, he's not
Isn't
part
he
of
part
any
of a group?
assassin guild.
No,
and Legion likes the people
Katarina.
from Mystery of the the.
Oh, that's
Arcanagents
Katarina.
and
What the
Mystery.
fuck? What is his point again?
Canas is he
a
joins
dark mage in a league.
Yes, he's a dark mage who joins randomly in a guidance chapter out of wanting to explore the world more.
Yeah,
and he's just unaffiliated.
He's the son of Neem, I want to say.
Yes, he's
What
the son.
fuck?
He's the son of Nime, who's a very talented druid, sort of dark
Yeah, who
mage.
can wield Apocalypse. And
I always
then-
remembered him as like somebody who had a fake smile and was devious and shit.
Oh,
No, he's actually very earnest. He's a very,
he's
very
a very earnest man who likes fighting blizzards.
Yes. Oh god, that meme.
Maybe I watch too much anime because you meet a character like this, it's just like, oh yeah, he's a good dude, and then he like with the monocle and stuff, and keeps his eyes closed, and it opens up, and it's like,
No, he's the opposite of evil. In fact, he's just he tries to teach Bartre like how to study, and Bartre is like so stupid that he's like wondering if he'll eat the book. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Canas is
why
the
is he
only
studying dark magic then?
Because he insists that not all dark magic is evil, and it's like it's a bad stereotype, and he wants to correct it.
And again, his mother, I believe, is one of the strongest dark mages to ever exist.
Yes, and on the continent, yeah. She's extremely accomplished, very intelligent.
Yeah.
She is an FE6, and she's actually... I'd like her to show up in FEH. She's a funny character. Like, she actually is, like...
Also one of the only old ladies in the entire franchise. Like,
That too.
Looking.
Yeah, like, old as fuck, yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah. Also, Canas is voiced by Claude's voice actor, Josija.
Which I mentioned, yes.
Yeah.
And
Earlier.
Jumpke. Jumpke's getting refined quite soon as well.
Fact. Very weird.
All right, well, good for him because I legitimately don't remember him. Then
Nope.
no, I remember him, but all my memories are wrong.
And he's a fun unit too. You can make him use staves when you promote him. He has pretty good stats.
And he's also... Maybe he's Nina's uncle?
He is, yeah, basically. That's his...
That's another part of his relationships. But, yeah. People love Canas. And
Very
he
popular.
was pretty popular as a unit to use back in FE6. 7.
FE7, yeah.
Wait, 7. So, let's pray for him, because I genuinely hope he's not useless. And Julia's
too.
already...
I mean, if the goal is to be not useless, it's not a very high bar. But for him, I think it's a high bar. So
I think when you only have 32 base attack and 29 base speed, it's a pretty high bar. But we'll see.
It is bad. I think he'll become quite usable. It just depends on how much of a niche he'll have.
I'll just say this right now. I think Canas is the Wallheart of this batch to a certain degree. Not like Wallheart was better than Canas relative to the time, but Canas could genuinely be the unit that just comes out swinging with a actually decent refine.
That's what I hope. I hope we're not baited and like just all thinking, oh boy, and then he gets like attack res plus 10 and like I don't know, like
7 HP healing on hit.
Yeah, 7 HP healing. Yeah. Oh god.
I'm suspending all belief because at this point, refines have come to be either like the bare minimum for refines is better than it used to be, like for the best, and even still, I can't really say if a refine's going to save a unit.
Yes. And one bit of good news is on an aesthetic note, we'll be getting a new tome animation for Canas, which will be kind of fun.
Correct. And it should look awesome.
Most likely.
Same thing with, of course, Reeve.
That's right. Most likely a perf.
Yeah.
There's been
either way.
Has there been any? How do you know? How do you know?
Because it's not a tome in the game. It's based on aura.
Oh no! I know that. But wait, has there been any definite confirmation that Reeve has a perf?
Not necessarily, but if it's not one of the current tomes and it's a new inheritable one, it wouldn't be that way because all inheritable tomes up to this point have been like Blar Rabbit or Blar Blade or Blar.
No. It doesn't have that design of front and.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah. It is designed after aura from the
Okay, that's
GBA games.
actually a good sign. Yeah.
Thanks for doing my projections
So
and
that,
slates
yeah,
into the night.
like you said, that
Hope I
actually
wasn't
sets a pretty good
imposing on
precedence.
you. I do mean what I said,
And it is
but I
not the same
don't
aura
know.
design, by the way, as like Lind and Delphia is. So it's not like
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
taking somebody else's weapon. Of course.
Thought I'd
If
say
nothing
you
else,
see the
Gmo,
day.
these two guys are clearly a lot more excited about it, so don't worry about it.
I mean,
never
you
thought
already covered them in length with other.
Well, yeah. So we were kind of just happy to pitch in, I think.
But I think
Yeah,
I think you got the right ideas for most of them. I think only the legend heroes I found a bit questionable.
I think the Lucino one's actually pretty reasonable. The Erica one, I'm not so sure about.
Yeah, I'd say that's a little more suspect, but they all at least have some degree of plausibility, which is,
Yeah.
you know, it's not easy keeping up to Greed and Shamil's sort of long-standing, refined standards, but
Of course, and
you know.
at the end of the day, anybody can be right.
Yeah.
It's not always certain who's going to be the one that gets the right refine, if anybody.
Yeah, I still
I
remember.
mean,
Greed
we're
got
not
Raijinto
keeping count,
exactly right.
but if we were keeping count, oh boy, it's pretty interesting because I mean, to have I think the person who's been like exactly on point has basically been Greed. I think he got it right completely twice, which is
Yeah,
incredible.
he's got it. Yeah, he got Ryoma's entirely right, and he got someone else's. I think a little more recently, he got the like almost exactly right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
We're not
very
keeping
well.
track, but like it's pretty incredible the amount of work that goes in to make these things.
Oh, and I guess
and
Shamil got Brave Elliowood's very, very close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always find it impressive when they actually get right on the mark, because that not only means that they have the right idea, but that they're being realistic about those ideas in a way that IS would follow it up.
Yeah.
Like, and of course, if they end up being really cool refines that they end up getting right, that also means that optimism is being met by IS, which is really
It also means that you can do IS's job. Okay, anyways, hey, Mythos Axiom, how are you going?
Yeah, I remember there have been some times where we've thought that like someone like Shamil, who tends to be fairly optimistic in his refines, is like, "Whoa, there, Shamil! Like that's going a little far." And then IS goes like actually a little farther than he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those moments have always been the most impressive.
Yeah.
Weapon refine, I think, has become a more fun activity over the past
I
year.
love them.
Yeah.
I absolutely love weapon refines. Always have.
I think the big thing is they've become more unique, much more unique.
Yeah.
And
These days, I love today's weapon refines, like the modern weapon refines. They're very fun.
Like, you look back and it's like, oh, Hana got Swift Sparrow 2 on an armor's there. Cool. Moving on. And while those may have been good-ish at the time, that was not that great, but...
Oh boy, Rebecca gets Spectrum 4 on a slaying bow. That'll make her viable.
I mean, I thought that was pretty cool at the time, but it wasn't like, oh my god. And nowadays, it's barely passable, if at all.
Yeah.
It's like, those kinds of effects, which were so simple and didn't really do anything unique, were both boring and not very useful in the long term. Whereas somebody like Julius's Refine, for example, not to keep bringing him up, but it must be done, will probably be relevant for years to come because it is both interesting, unique, and good.
The only problem is that Saber Heroes got pushed pretty hard after his refine.
But there is also argument for Mono Savior. Of course, if you're using like Cavline, for example, it gets a little more risky, but there is genuine argument to a near save combined with a normal range tank. Like, I know some people, for example, will do like Gustav and Guinevere, for example, because that still works. It basically acts as a dual saves, assuming you're not getting sniped from the back line, which some maps let happen. And then you get a more flexible tank, or at least a tank that isn't just an armor to use at your disposal. So there is genuine argument. And not to mention, Julius in particular can go in on his speed to make him more offensive as a result. So,
well, if Kanas gets any speed in this refine, he'll have an automatic advantage over
of course.
Julius. 2 more base speed, as well as...
But the question is it even necessary? Because Julius has damage reduction and crazy res.
Well, that's the thing. Kanas can't be saved by just getting stats. So,
nobody can.
Yeah,
unless
not
you're
these
like,
days.
for example, Tiki getting like what now? 13 def res off her weapon alone.
Oh yeah, when it's extreme stats, that's one thing.
Yeah, if you get an extreme amount of stats, sure. But
Because Grima's Truth, actually, it's only stats, but it's such a huge swing in Morgan's favor.
Yeah. But then you have
Wait.
like what?
Isn't it one more ability outside of just stats?
Yeah, it's also menace.
Well,
Yeah.
the menace effect for
which
stats, yeah.
feeds into those stats, but
Right.
yeah, it does grant a lot in total, so it does work out quite nicely for Morgan. But look at like Kana, for example. Not to say Kana's bad, but especially context against some of the older units. But just getting 8 to all stats and then it gets some healing on top, not really doing too much.
Oh my god.
Kana's was...
Have you guys seen Shenhe? Oh, she's...
I've seen lots of fan art.
Again, the first time I ever saw her was friggin' due to a body pillow.
People have been
I'm not
really
even
horny
kidding.
for Shenhe. She's really hot, so I can't quite blame them. But
She wasn't even fully released at that point. I think it was only like some art in China, and people already like were producing body pills of her. Yeah.
Genshin horny. What else new?
Yeah, there's nothing more that can drive determination more.
Waiting for Ganya to release? Yeah, me as well.
You will get her. It's pretty much guaranteed. So
The question is, how much pain will there? She's on a perfect banner for me, by the way, because I use Zhongli as well. So if I fail to get her, I get Zhongli. It's fine. Another death.
Let's see.
Actually, what will you be doing with all those primos should you rucksack, J-Mark?
I think chances are I'll just keep going. I gotta research if there's a point of like one constellation Ganyu, but I'll take a look at it because again, it's both Ganyu and Zhongli, so it's 2 characters I use. So committing hard on the banner actually makes a lot of sense. Let me see. Constellation. Rock, the backbone of Earth, increases the stone steels created by Dominus Lapis that may exist simultaneously too. Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. I think +1 Zhongli is pretty good. Yeah, I'll take a look at it when it's time. But look at my Genshin profile avatar. Makoto, you're a friggin' whale. It's gonna be Shenhe. It's gonna be. Knowing you, you're very predictable on these things. Yep, very predictable. So predictable. Bunniest of buns. Okay, if you say so. All right. By the way, we have to do our next sponsorship sometime soon, or I'm going to run out of time for it.
Chloe.
That's right. We're going back to the world of rage challenges.
the myth, the legend.
I'm looking forward to it because it's... I mean, it's actually not a bad game. There's a reason why they're like the 3rd largest gacha in the entire world.
That's kind of sad.
And honestly, from our own experiences with running the sponsorship, 5 people last time spent money in the game, which I got so surprised by.
Huh.
Like, of all the people that joined up, 5 of them actually spent money as well.
People's wallets are pliable.
But it is truly like a proper gacha game. You got her first multi? Wow. What would you guys do if you had an extra $1,000?
Whale and Faye. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
I am the kind of guy that's
Wait, do what?
saving. I'm not exactly a huge spendy kind of guy.
Yeah, I would probably just save it myself, put it into my bank account.
Eh.
I mean,
If you put in your bank account, your return's like 2% a year if you're lucky.
yeah.
I wouldn't do it for the returns. I'd just do it so that it would stay there.
I know, but the point of money is to be spent on something. Not necessarily means every time you get $1 to spend $1, but if you if the plan is just to save it, that's usually a bad idea.
Well, no, I'm not saying
inflation's over
this...
2%, so you're actually losing money by keeping it in the bank, which is not to, you'll lose more money actually. You'll lose more money if you do nothing with it. True, but it's still pretty bad.
I would be using it eventually. It's just I wouldn't want to immediately use $1,000 like on one thing or something.
Because I was thinking about it because recently I bought an oil stock for $3.33 and it went up to $3.99. In other words, what I'm saying is I made $1,000 off of it over like 2 weeks, which is really nice. But when I think about it, it's like it went up 15% in total, and I only made $1,000. But what would you even do with $1,000?
Yeah,
because it's a sizable amount of money, but it doesn't. It's like not a life-changing amount of money, right? So.
Oh no, but I guess it doesn't have to be, especially if it's purely off investing. I guess I really.
There's some really interesting investing opportunities right now, by the way, because of COVID, the resurgence. A lot of stuff that people lost faith in is just irrational. For example, airlines have dropped a lot recently, and now they're going back up. Likewise, with the shutdowns, theaters are dropped a lot of price. But honestly, I don't like. Has anyone ever taken a look at Omicron death rates in Canada? There's about 20 to 30,000 new cases a day, but the death rate's about 20 to 30 people. It's like 0.01% or something.
It's not as deadly as most variants, but since it's spreading so fast, it could end up having a similar death toll because of just how many more people it affects.
Well, the stats aren't bearing that out yet, but it just looks like hospitals for the most part know what to do to deal with it. What I'm trying to say is, like, I feel like it's pretty safe investments right now in things like oil, gas, because more people are going to be going out again using it, and likewise, it's hitting towards winter where heating's going to be used. So yeah, I mean, I just took advantage of like common sense, but it's just really interesting to me because it's just like, okay, cool, I made a quick buck, but what the hell do you do with it? Money is kind of weird once you get older and older, because aside from like paying off student loans and stuff, which by the way are on pause because of COVID, what'd you do?
That beyond the essentials, it actually does get to be quite an interesting philosophical question.
Yeah.
Like, money is what makes the world go round, but what does the world going round mean for you?
Yeah, because as a kid, like, if I had $1,000, there's tons of things I would want. But as an adult, like, not really.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not a huge spender, so it's like, I absolutely understand that. Not, like, obviously, if I had more, it'd be great, especially if I want to actually do stuff with my life. But, I mean, beyond the essential, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I think most people said save up, but honestly, saving, guys, is just invest. The thing is, investing seems dangerous and everything, but that's because you didn't do your research. That's why it feels that way. But generally speaking, it's not. That's not to say impossible things can't happen. For example, if you go back to early 2000s, we were talking about Roblox earlier, but remember the biggest cell phone company at the time? I guess people can argue it's still Apple, but like one of them was BlackBerry. They just ended support officially for their devices.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Interesting, huh?
How the times change. How the turntables.
how much time it took for that to happen.
Well, Dex,
Yeah.
I hate you.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Thank you.
Is that from The Office?
Yes.
I could not tell you that was a reference.
Are you just all showing off Shenhe? My god, look at her ass. You guys want to know one of the reasons girls wear heels? It's not because of not just because it makes them taller, but it forces the butt to shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's hot. Yeah. Girls wearing heels is good.
This girl doesn't even make sense. I think she has the best figure in all of Genshin.
But Eula though, doesn't Eula have like the best lower half out of like any Genshin girl?
Eula's perfect. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm thick. This is my skirt. Oh man. No, her hips literally do not make sense. Look at that.
Jesus Christ.
That thigh
They
gap.
flare out like way beyond.
Yeah,
they
it's
should.
crazy. This is the most aggressive looking character I've ever seen in Genshin. I think Rosario's supposed to be like this, and then they tone her down.
They turned. Didn't they just tone down her titties? They didn't like tone much else down, or did they nerf her ass too?
It does not appear anything's nerfed. Oh no! Don't Chong Yun. Wait, isn't she like his auntie or some shit? Oh my god, Thunt 2? What the fuck? Why do you all have her?
They fell for the horny bait. I can't blame them.
Sure, Shenhe has a nice figure, but does she?
I mean, it's like, it's
secretly
honestly,
like your captain?
it's a breath of fresh air for me, in a sense, for Genshin, because most girls don't, or most games focus like just on chests for women, but I'm not particularly partial to that. So
yeah,
the lower body focus is very much my style.
Well, you better appreciate boobs while you can, because they don't last forever.
That's precisely. I think that's a good argument for me to not obsess over them.
I mean, hey,
because butts are eternal, you know.
Hey does that too. Just look at Gwendolyn.
Nice. Oh, Gwendolyn. I mean, Gwendolyn. I
Ew.
guess if one thing you could say about her art is she has good thighs, but that's about it.
I was already guaranteed to get her when I pulled, but I actually got super lucky and pulled
I
her
just-
twice with my saved up Primus.
Not right now.
Oh my god, you already have her at level 80. I want to go over her, but people let me know. I don't need a cryo because I want to do Eula X Ganyu. So I already have my 2 cryos set up. But the thing
What was
about
it?
her is like, uh-huh.
Oh no, go ahead.
But the thing about her is like she's so gorgeous that I really want her. And she's cool. Like I mean, when I watch a trailer and everything, like she has a personality to her and she's kind of nutty, so
Nutty in terms of personality, or how she act, or how her combat goes.
I think she wants to kill people.
Oh,
Makes sense.
well, yeah, you know that's how it goes. What were you gonna say, Legion? You seemed before you were trying to say something.
Ponza Loki's at reset, or should I say Ponza Wallheart?
Yep, the new Ponza Wallheart.
Have fun, everybody.
Oh joy!
Wait, why is it Ponza Wallheart?
Because
Remember what I
Wallheart.
said? Remember when Wallhearts Refined came out? What did I say? Literally, I think only one unit is safe from Wallheart Splash if you use them in Ponza Loki. One unit.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yep. So have fun dealing with that.
My God, it's been a while since Ponza Loki.
And that one unit would be.
Whoever is diagonal from Wallheart.
Oh right.
And furthest. Yeah. Like, Wallheart's menace is so ridiculous that literally your entire team can no longer counterattack from the start. So, good luck with that.
As long as he's in the middle and front, right? Like the front
Yep.
middle position.
And
yeah.
that's already good for him because it's a physical monster.
Yeah.
So, have fun dealing with Wallheart every
And he's
fight.
good base HP too. He gets 3 from his refine. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, expect him a lot.
Body Sweeper, you're the first one to get her to usable
If you are
that I've seen.
affected by Walhart's flash, you
Yeah,
get
if you
rid of it as
initiate
long as
before
your unit's
Walhart, you
active
won't
before
have
the
that flash
phase.
anymore, but you still have to deal with the fact that that flash is there from the very start.
Yeah, it's a pretty minor silver lining too, because if you're in the highest level difficulty, it's really hard to have everyone attack first.
Yeah, you will probably have somebody behind your levels, and there's always the chance somebody power farms their units, whether or not that is Walhart.
Wait, Body Sweeper, is this the reason why you didn't answer me today? I asked Body Sweeper, do you want to play World War Z with us, with like Nuxie and me? And he never responded. Were you just grinding Shenhe all day? Wait, am I going crazy? Did he ever answer? I'm checking. I don't think he ever answered. You ignored me. I knew it. That was the reason. I understand. She's thick. You picked her over me. It's okay. I get it.
Understand.
I feel like Body Sweeper is a thing for wide-hipped girls. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just my like impression, but I mean, Lake Yarn certainly is.
I think he likes them thick. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. People never seem to point out that in Lake Yarn's base art, like it's very modest, but she has like really wide hips. Like it's kind of insane.
It means Walhart is not as good in
yeah.
player hands.
They knew what they were
since
doing
they
from the
would
get-go.
get rid of their flash
Yep.
effect.
They knew they were
That's
gonna throw her into some skimpy outfits later on and show her off before.
Oh,
then.
Body Sweeper, you're at work. All right, fair enough.
Oh.
Well, the only thing is, for any ally that can initiate, they're capitalizing on Walhart's effects. It might not be all of them, but anybody who initiates will be able to get a hold of that flash. It's just that
So Nims,
not
good luck
everybody
in
will be
pulling
in that
for
situation.
Ganyu next patch.
Whoa.
Hey, people. Yeah, man. Thank you so much. It has to happen or quit. So, yes.
Nice. You'll pass up so much money.
And if you manage to somehow pull her early, I'd recommend pulling a few times for the aim bow. The power increase is comparable to going from C0 to C1 Hutao. I own both
Oh, I'm
C1
dead.
Hutao and Damus Ganyu, so I know how good they feel. Also,
I'm
I
actually-
level 80 Ganyu with bad artifacts doing almost as much damage as my good artifact level 90 Ganyu. If you don't want to pull on a weapon banner, understandable. Anyways, it's up to you.
I think I would rather use free-to-play weapons because the banner is Ganyu and Zhongli, right? Unless I'm mistaken. And getting C1 Zhongli seems like a pretty good idea to me. Right? The extra block that he gets to put out is pretty useful. And from the respect of if I get another Ganyu, that also helps as well. I'm more inclined to keep pulling. Because I think it makes more sense. But yeah, I understand. I've never gone for a weapon banner yet because I feel like they're just way too difficult to properly go for. But I need to take a look at like the good weapon options first. But still, like, because of the rerun being with Zhongli, unless I'm mistaken, it makes too much sense to just keep pulling. If I do get her early. But honestly, with my luck in Genshin being as bad as it is, I expect not to get her and min pull twice. That's what I expect.
The level 80 Ganyu had Amos bow and I was using a maxed F2P bow.
What the hell? That's kind of insane. Almost as much damage as my good artifact level 90 Ganyu. That's kind of insane. I think it evens out, but yeah, I see what you mean. The reason why I would rather get the extra copy though is because I would bet on more likely their release of like a good free-to-play bow in the future rather than like. That's why I prioritize like getting more constellations, because I do believe in the future that they can release something interesting. Like that stupid claymore that was a tuna claymore is actually pretty good as support on like Eula for example, even though that's like not a good way to use Eula. But yeah, I think there's some interest in there to do it otherwise. All right, Body Sweeper. You son of bitch. You still haven't answered me. He acknowledged I asked the question, but he still hasn't answered it. Ugh.
Oof. It really do be like that sometimes.
Oh, 600 Primo Gems for update. Thank you. Hama Yumi is a good free-to-play bow, and it's the Inazuma forgeable one. Yeah, I finally get the opportunity to do that. All right, I think that's that for tonight. I did want an easier stream because I want to edit everything in time. Weapon banner's a scam. All right, thanks Thut. Thanks Bysweeper for showing off. Badly worded. I mean, you can get the same weapons off farming, forging, or can you only get that equipment off gacha? You can only get the 5-star stuff off gacha. I don't think it's badly. I mean, I understood, but I'm never farming any weapon banner from now on. Honestly, I don't. I don't think it's worth it when you're. I know that. I mean, I've watched the videos to check out damage output differences, but I would rather like bet on future. In the present, it always looks good, but in the future, who really knows? Jen, I swear to God, I will find you and poop within your pillow.
Yeah, you changed it. It's within now because someone pointed that out to you.
Yeah. It's much more devious because, like, they were right. If you want to make sure the pillow's ruined, you poop within the pillow.
5-head.
Thanks, Gmo. And thanks for being so patient with me. I'm sorry for constantly forgetting about you.
Sorry.
Guess what I pulled today?
Reiteration.
Did everybody pull her? What the fuck?
They do. Yay.
I like how you say yay, you don't even play anymore.
Well, Beto was probably my most used main when I did play.
Oh, I got 5. Nice.
That's not to say I won't play again. I want to because I want to talk about it with friends, but it's just I always feel like I'm doing something else because I have so many games that I want to play and I haven't gotten to. Sounds like someone I know.
Huh? Unlike you, I'm a content creator. It's different.
Well, that doesn't mean that I can't experience the same problem of wanting to play a lot of games and not having time for all of them at once.
That's why I'm gonna buy a Steam machine, or not Steam machine. I have a Steam machine. Buy a Steam Deck when the time comes.
Oh yeah.
That way you can do some gaming like in the friggin' bed or something.
Oh yeah, I can do
Yeah?
that, but it's just I don't know. I'm doing other things too, so.
What are you doing?
I'm practicing driving because I'm not like I can at least drive on public roads now. Like I've gotten a lot better than I used to be. So
What's the point? It's literally planned to have self-driving cars in the next 5 years.
self-driving cars are still gonna need drivers who are behind the wheel and know how to drive. So
I think that's just for liability reasons. So when you kill somebody, they know to put you in jail and not like Elon Musk or somebody.
Regardless, I will still need to know how to drive if I want to go to the grocery store and whatnot. So, or go visit family across the state.
Honestly, within the next 5 years, I expect to do grocery just by delivery. Have you guys ever done that? Like Uber Eats delivery for groceries? My parents even tried it, which was like, what the fuck? My parents even tried it?
Yeah, Uber Eats and stuff like that is pretty popular. DoorDash, all that.
Yeah, so I'm not even sure if it's necessary. Like, if there's one thing that COVID has done, it's really expedited all these technologies.
Yes, but I still end up going to the store a lot with my family because it's,
Because you're a peasant, I understand.
Oh, I'm a peasant who, gets food directly at the grocery store.
Yeah, who does that anymore? What a weirdo.
Seriously, yeah, I know. Not like 90% of Americans or anything, though.
Yeah. Well, 90% of Americans are peasants.
Ho, 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 ho. You Canadians, with your 10,000 people and 10,000 miles.
That actually, it's probably, I don't know.
It's an exaggeration, but it illustrates my point nicely, I think.
Sure. They also do basic content like his mod plans. What? Mod plans?
Mod plans. Huh.
What is my mod plan? By the way, the people. Wait, he's still not a mod?
No, I said to demote Jonathan.
Oh. Because when it comes to our Discord, when it comes to sub mods, I don't know what's taking so long anymore. We talked and planned this since how long ago? The point is, I have no idea why is it still being delayed. It should have been ready by now. I think it took so long that some people legitimately just left. But yeah, that's really something.
I didn't apply because I was worried that I'd stretch myself too thin if I just wanted. I usually just want to hang out there. Like I don't want to do any moderation stuff on Discord. So
I think you're confused. We don't actually want mods to just moderate.
Well, I know, but like I don't know. There's there are extra duties associated with being mod, and I would prefer to just kind of keep it, you know, a purely casual relationship with the Discord server. So.
I'm already your boss, if that's what you're getting at.
It's not about that.
Sure. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's hard to understand when you're tired.
Or stream on YouTube consistently. That's because I choose not to. It gets me in trouble. Just so you guys know, I'm now more motivated to make content for YouTube because last month I was only demonetized for one video, whereas a couple months ago when I was still streaming on both platforms more often, it was like virtually all but one video. You know, there's a huge difference. But yeah, also when it comes to finding new stream mods, that's really difficult. You can't just make anyone a mod. That would be a terrible idea. I mean, look at Dex.
Yeah, it's proven to be less of a tragedy than you first thought.
Right, definitely.
Yes.
Oh god, it's reset. Hey.
Hey. New Year banner rerun. It's the one with Gunthra and Haridon.
Oh, the useless one, yeah.
What do you mean useless? Gunthra's Refine is coming up.
Soon. Soonish. Next month is Ephraim. Winter Ephraim.
Oh wait, you mean New Year Gunther? Oh yeah, that's gonna be pretty interesting.
Yeah,
she was really interesting for a time.
She had Menace before Menace was Menace.
Yeah.
By, like,
I guess I'll pull red on this, see if I get it.
Man, Gunthra's Hikami was Menace way before that was actually a skill.
Yeah.
I got a 4-star Tharja. Nice.
You deserve it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, feel
I'll take reposition.
That.
I need that.
Did you get Barst or Selena?
Barst. Shameless reposition fodder as opposed to Norn or Merlinus.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you guys got it mixed up. Okay, sure. I mean, I know you guys are poking fun, but I'm trying to stream less but more consistently. Not stream more.
More and less consistently. Wait, that's how it already has been.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys saw me, there were times when I streamed roughly all 30 days in a month. 30 out of 31 days. Were times like that. It was a bad idea because it was just like you never knew when the stream was coming up and you never knew when it was streaming. So right now I'm just trying to get this shit under control. Aside from that, I've also just been cleaning my room up. I feel like I really do feel like I'm developing a schedule. Because when I wake up, I know what to do now. And also taking a shower takes like 10 minutes less. Because I'm bald now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, right.
Hello there, Saitama minus the superhero.
It's already grown back. It's no longer like bald. I was like actually bald for like a day. Now there's like little hair.
Little hair.
Saitama in training.
Have you guys seen Toast?
Delicious. I know.
Yum.
Is it Mass Toast? What was his name? Really blanking out.
Oh, Disguised Toast?
Disguised Toast, yes. He shaved his head bald like a year ago or something as well. I kind of just look like that. I mean, I'm also Asian, so I don't know why he did it. Actually, I don't know. You don't really need a good reason for this shit.
No, not really.
But you a slave to streaming? There's just so many things I want to do. And it is fun interacting with you guys. Like Bysweeper, who have asked to play World War Z multiple times, but he probably just doesn't want to say no to me. That's probably the case, isn't it? Oh, let's try her out. He shaved it for content? Makes sense. That's usually how people do it. Oh my god, her hips don't make sense. Ah, what the fuck?
God, that's so good.
If anyone has a functional PP, how do you not pull? But I have to save up for Ganyu, chat. If I don't get Ganyu, what's the point of playing this game? In fact, what's the point of life?
That's a bit much.
But really, though.
Would I take
By the
Shenhe
way,
or Ganyu? That's actually tough.
Ganyu's better. And for me, she's perfect in every way. Shenhe, she's just so stupidly hot.
Then again, like I would argue like almost every non-lolly like girl in Genshin is hot, like pretty much.
Talking about
like
Klee's
in terms of
plenty
the playable. What's that?
What are you talking about? Klee's plenty hot.
Oh, nope, we're gonna keep.
I would respectfully disagree, but unless you mean hot in that she's tossing around very hot fireballs, yes.
You know, I feel bad for like people that that look like they're lollies. It's like they're not allowed to be loved because they're yeah.
Feels bad.
Short people don't deserve your love.
Yeah, fuck short people, man.
Yeah, fuck short people. We already get enough hate from women online.
Yeah, that's why you wouldn't want to date many women taller than you, huh? Whereas I being a tall person already, feel perfectly confident in my height, and so I wouldn't mind dating a woman taller than me. But
well, good for you.
You know,
I know. I'm rubbing it in. I apologize.
I think I had a dream about that. I believe this is how the dream went. I was with this girl and we were up watching like going up a hill to see everything. And of course she's taller, so it's just like a nice hike, nice date. But once we get to the top, there's a lot of people. I'm like, I can't see anything. She's like, it's a good view. And then she picks me up, and everyone turns around and just stares at me. And now I can see everything and everyone, and it's just like, it's mortifying. And so as soon as she puts me down, I walk over to the edge and step over it, and I just jump.
I was about to say, what is this part of up?
Yeah, you commit suicide based on embarrassment. That sounds like a dream, alright?
I think it classifies as a nightmare. It's one of those dreams that starts off as a dream and then turns into a nightmare, and then you kill yourself.
But that sounds cute. Like if it were the right girl who was doing that, like that'd be kind of adorable. But
for the right girl to witness your suicide, that'd be pretty adorable.
Well, no, not that part. Fucking.
I think it would be mortifying to be picked up. I can't do it.
I guess, yeah, it would be kind of embarrassing, I guess, but like, I don't know. Like a taller girl, like hugging you from behind, though, I think would be cute, something like that.
I saw a YouTube video before where it was like, the video was like this woman like married this guy and she was proclaiming herself as the tall queen and the short king. And it was mortifying because they were trying to take a holiday picture together. And she's like, I want to wear heels, but because if I wear heels, I'm like a foot taller than the guy. So she's trying to show you how to like take a picture while wearing heels. It's why the fuck am I just describing this? Let me just show you guys. This shit is mortifying. I cannot believe this guy is okay with this video. He must really love her. Or he's a bitch.
Oh, that's not very nice.
I mean, not really helping in his esteem if that's the case.
Oh my god, no. You think I'm joking, Chad? I'm not joking. This is no joke. This is somebody's life. He lives it every single day. This is what I mean. I wouldn't be able to live.
We all know that I am a tall queen and I'm married to a short king, right, Josh?
I'm not even. See, I even remember the opening. All right, let me play this shit. This is. I hate this.
We all know that I am a tall queen and I'm married to a short king, right, Josh?
Right.
So it is holiday season, and we know that means pictures. We all want pictures with our significant other.
I mean, the girl's cute, but
the guy's just kind of there. I feel bad for him.
Me too.
No, you don't. So I'm going to show you how to pose with your short king.
Or your short queen.
This is our height.
Oh my god, see, this is so sad.
I am not wearing flats this holiday season. So this is how you would pose with your significant other. But if you are a tall queen, this is how we're gonna pose.
You see how he's standing as tall as he can? Oh, I can't. I'm jumping. I don't care about how much. I can't take this picture. If we take this picture, I'm jumping.
Sorry, can't relate.
Shut up.
From here?
I'd be towering over this girl.
See how he's standing as tall as he can, and she's still taller. This is their holiday picture. Fuck that. I'm jumping. Maybe
Hey,
next life I'll be taller.
As long as he's happy, okay? As long as he's happy.
So
Whatever floats his boat.
Bend and snap. The tall queens and short kings, it's all about the illusion and the angles. Josh, get down off your feet. Come on, get down, get down. Get down.
That hurts my soul. Don't do this to yourselves, chat. I don't think it's worth it.
We all know that I am a tall
It's funny though.
It is funny. It's crazy. They blew up. That video has 3.9 million views. Their first video only has 211 views.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Ugh. I mean, I know why I blew up. I'm so uncomfortable just watching it again. How tall are you? I'm 5'7". But then again, I'm now bald, so I probably look way shorter.
Oof. Really do be like that. Evan is actually... Didn't Evan say he's like 6'2" or something?
That's because he's probably a typical white guy.
No, Evan is not.
No. Wait, what is he?
He's. I think he said he was like native.
What the fuck? Okay, then he's really tall for a native.
Yeah. And I'm just, average white guy, very European.
Why am I bald anyways? I wanted to start off the year differently. Sometimes you need to like put yourself out of your comfort zone to actually like get things in high gear. So I decided to shave myself bald. And for those who don't understand this, I've always cared about my hair. But now I'm bald. But yeah, sometimes it takes something like that. Because every morning I see myself, that's a reminder like, hey, do your best.
I thought you were going to say, hey, you suck. But... it's a reminder.
That's
hey,
so self-abusive. Okay, sure, you could do that yourself.
I didn't say it to myself.
Hey, what's
I just...
you piece of human trash.
I thought you were going to make a self-deprecating joke as all. But...
No.
Okay.
It's important to learn to take a joke, but it's important to not go too far, because before you know it, you don't know what you're worth.
Feels bad.
The hell? I think that damage is pretty bad. She's supposed to be support. I think she is. I forgot about what Yunjin's supposed to do. Wear a wig? No, the point is to 2P bald. In a week, I'll probably make a video about how it feels to be bald for a week. Not a video, sorry. Talk about it on stream.
Video.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Imagine making a video.
I don't know. Life's short. Might as well try things like going bald. Oh, which, by the way, one of my biggest worries was to go bald. I'm glad to verify that I have no bald spots.
Silver lining.
Also, shaving your head takes longer, way longer than I thought. It took me an hour.
Oh, you just did it yourself?
Yeah. Wait, what? That's part of the experience, doing it yourself. Going bald makes her head feel really cold. Yeah, I mean, that's an awkward thing. I feel colder than usual because of my head. The good news is, if I'm not balding at my age, I'm probably not going to have this issue going forward.
It's true, though.
Good point.
It's usually an issue if you're like testosterone and shit like that. Wait, when do you guys have school again?
I have it like on the 22nd or 3rd, I think.
Wow, you're so lucky. There's some people who already started.
I know. Well, it's because I'm in a community, or well, most colleges.
Oh, you're in a fake school. That's right. You're right.
Haha, fake schools, yeah. But no, even colleges, like, I know people are going to regular universities and they still have about as much time off as I do, so. Nothing too unique.
You look like Mangs. No, I'm not actually bald. I still have hair growing.
Magnus.
By the way, it's really weird because I haven't seen myself like this since I was like 4 years old. In China, it's really freaking hot, so a lot of kids get shaved bald by their parents. In fact, there's a lot of stupid things in China because it's so hot and parents, and there's so many kids. Anyways, the point is, you get to see how your head grew. It's so weird seeing your skull. Because it's like when you're completely shaved, you get to see like the actual shape of it. Not what you think it is. Anyways, it certainly is experience.
I imagine.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Nim is a fake monk. That's what my mom said.
What I need to experience right now is the sweet embrace of sleep. So I'm gonna head out for the night.
The classic transition.
Of course. All right. I will see you all tomorrow. Probably. Let me double check when this date of mine should be happening. I think it should be 7 p.m. Eastern.
Sounds about right. A little after, perhaps.
Yeah, it won't be when the time says. Yeah, so probably around 8 o'clock tomorrow. See you then.
Take care. Good night.
Adios. Good night.
Yeah, I don't know what. Huh?
You don't know what?
Wait. I left him. Alright, I'm gonna raid someone and call it a night. I was just fishing up too. It's been nice chatting with you guys, but yeah, the real stream, the real big stuff in the stream is tomorrow. And hopefully for the rest of the week, we do some quite different things. All right. And yeah, Artster, I completely understand. Let's rate a friend. Your rating. We shall raid Kurakev. Is anyone else streaming? Lunachi, VTuber Ellie, Bella, Dango, Gino, Thornier. We already rated Thornier yesterday. Bella. No, let's rate Bella. It's been a while. Missed her. Alright, but yeah, we'll be there tomorrow early. So that's why I'm not trying to do too much tonight. So I can be there early tomorrow. Bella. How is Best Buy? Body Sweeper, stop ignoring me. Do you want to play or not? I just want to kill zombies with you. You poo-poo head. All right, anyways, tomorrow's a big stream. Chances are we might not have time for hero reviews. If we can't do it tomorrow, we'll do it on another day. But tomorrow's will feature a lot of heroes because of the refines, and of course, data mine. So yeah. Yes, data mine's tomorrow. That's why we got lots of things to do tomorrow. Anyways, I love you guys. Take care. Sleep tight. Stay safe. See you tomorrow for the big stuff. He's playing hard to get Nims. Yeah. Body Sweeper is a Sundere. All right. Good night, everyone. Prepare for spoilers? Yeah, I expect some spoilers. That's why I gotta be there on time so I don't get spoiled.